Hi guys, welcome to Intellipaat. Today's session is about Selenium. Selenium is a portable framework for testing web applications. It provides playback tool for creating functional tests without even learning any test scripting languages. Seeing the high demand of Selenium, we are going to conduct this session today. But before moving ahead, please do subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel so that you never miss out on any of our update. Now let's talk about today's agenda. At first, we will be starting with basics of Selenium. Then we'll move on to testing with Selenium and compare it with other tools in the market. Later on, we'll be seeing how Selenium is used in the industry with real-time projects. Later, we'll be having a discussion about the job opportunities in Selenium, and then we'll be wrapping up the session with Selenium interview questions. Also guys, we do provide certification training on Selenium. So if you're interested, please do check out the details in the below description box. Now let's get started with the session.
What if your Facebook account gets hacked every day? What if you found your online transaction went to the wrong person, even though the account added was correct? The right software testing automation ensures such issues don't affect our lives. Welcome to the world of Selenium automated testing and its immense implications. Selenium automation tester in the United States can earn $112,000. Without the right testing process, no software can be released, and hence the salaries and demand for automation testing professionals will only increase in the future. Companies in diverse fields are deploying Selenium automation testing. There is a serious shortage of 400,000 automation testing professionals across the world.
Now let's go ahead and see what is Selenium. So how can Selenium help us in the field of software development? How can it help us to create the best possible software out there? So Selenium is basically an open source automation tool which acts as a testing suite for web-based application. What this means is that we create automation scripts that run on web-based applications and they run test scripts on them so they can test the application based on the functional requirements. Now, let's take an example. You have a food-based web app and you want to test it. You want to see if it can accept all the values it's supposed to, or rather accept all the functionalities, like to see which all functionalities you can test. Like you have an application and you want to test all of its functionalities, right? Before you send it out for production. To test those functionalities, you would go ahead and use Selenium as a medium to run test scripts. So Selenium will act as an automation tool which will run automated scripts which will help us to figure out if our functions are working as they intend to or not. So you have a programming language in which you write all the test scripts, and then using a WebDriver, you will write your automation scripts, and using a WebDriver, you will test whether your particular website is working based on its requirements or not. Okay, why do we need to use Selenium in the first place? What are the issues it helps us to solve? Okay, let's talk about manual testing. Now, we know that in testing, there are different types of testing here and there. We have manual testing, we have automatic testing, etc. So manual testing is basically your most primitive form of testing. It's the type of testing in which you just sit down and test the code you have written or the application you've built by yourself. You write a piece of test script and then you run it. Or you manually see whether your function can accept values that it's supposed to or not, whether your function is working properly or not. But the thing with manual testing is that it takes a lot of time. There are some issues with manual testing also. Let's see them. So you have an issue of having thousands of modules. Now, we know that our application is not going to be having only a single module. They'll have multiple components with multiple features on it. And if you want to test all of those features at the same time, you can't do that with manual testing, because manually you're going to have to sit down and execute all of your tests one by one and see if all your functions are working one by one or not. This is a very tedious process. It takes a lot of time, and you can't spend a lot of time on just running the scripts. You have other work to do. Maybe you as a developer have made code and you've sent it for execution in the production environment. And the tester comes and he starts testing it. But he's not only testing the feature that only one feature that the developer has made. He has to test a lot of multiple applications and features here and there. So he can't just sit down and execute all the test scripts by himself. So that is a big disadvantage with manual testing. And you only have limited time when you're developing a software. You can't spend unlimited time. When you have thousands of modules to test, you can't just sit and test them manually, one by one. It will take a lot of time, and in software development lifecycle, you don't have so much time. And finally, if you talk about it, it occupies the person, whoever is testing. If he's occupied in testing over here, then he can't work with other things. If he has another job to do, then he can't do it because he's occupied with this particular thing. And there are other things also. If you're having manual testing, then you have to, you don't have a record of what tests were passed or how were they passed, those kind of things. And if you don't have a record, then you can't go back and check your logs if you have any future errors or etc. And we can't have multiple things at the same time also. So if you wanted to execute multiple modules, if you wanted to execute test scripts for multiple modules at the same time, you can't do that with manual testing because you need multiple people sitting and doing it, and that's not very efficient. So to solve all of these issues, we can go ahead and use Selenium. What Selenium will do is it will give us a testing platform. It will basically give us a platform through which we can go ahead and run our test cases. So if we have a web-based application and if you want to run test cases on the particular web-based application, then you would create automation code. You would write some automation code, and this automation code will be the one that will help you execute your test cases. So Selenium doesn't work alone. It works with other testing frameworks like JUnit or TestNG. These are the ones that help. TestNG and JUnit are the ones that help you validate whether the tests that you're running are working or not, whether your functions are working or not. To actually validate those things, you have to use a separate testing framework. Quick info here, guys. If you're looking for end-to-end training in Selenium, we do provide the same. For any further details, please check out the links given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session. So this is how Selenium works, and this is why we need to use it. It's an open source software, so it is very easy to use. It is easily available, and you can use it, and it has a very big community. And you know what happens when you have a big community, right? If you have a big community, people keep on contributing, and people talk about the various, the most happening errors that are happening. If suppose some part of Selenium is not working, then you have a community, you can talk to them, then they will help you resolve the issue. And it also is a platform that you can use for testing, right? Okay, now let's go ahead and see what are the components of Selenium. Now, I told you guys before that Selenium is not a single tool. Rather, it's a set of different tools that we can go ahead and use to run our test cases. So let's see what are the different tools we can use. So we have Selenium RC, we have Selenium Grid, Selenium WebDriver, and Selenium IDE. Now let's talk about all of them one by one. Now, before we talk about all of them one by one, let's see how Selenium was, conceptualized. So it all started because of an employee working at a particular company who was working on a project of developing a website, and he had to test the website. So when he was testing the website, he was doing it manually because at that time, this was back in 2004. At that time, you didn't have a automated, tool which was running scripts for you instead of you doing it by yourself. So you had to do it by yourself back then. You had to manually test things. And so when he was doing it, he thought that it was very inefficient. It was getting very tedious. Manual testing was getting very tedious. And so he created a JavaScript which would automatically control the browser's actions. So what this did was, if you can automatically control the browser's actions, like if I suppose I wanted to see if if the select button was working or not, I would automate it so that the browser itself does it. And then hence I can check the functionality. Hence the functionality can be checked. So he did it. He created JavaScript which would automatically control the browser's action. It was originally called JavaScript Test Runner, and it helped him to conceptualize Selenium. And after he made it open source, it came to be known as Selenium Core. Now, a thing about Selenium Core is there is something called the same origin policy issue. This prohibits JavaScript code from accessing elements from a domain that is different from where it was launched. So the issue with the starting Selenium, the Selenium Core, was that whenever you wanted to run test cases on your web-based application, you had to make sure that your Selenium and the web-based application were in the same domain. So what that means is you either had to have Selenium on the domain in which the website was, or you had to have the website in the same domain as your Selenium is. So if your Selenium is in your own system, like in your local host, then you need to have the website also on the local host. Now this can be very task extensive, because you can have multiple testers working on the same website, and they can't just download the website onto their system. It will take websites can be very big, and it takes a lot of time also to do so. So that is the issue. Since Selenium wanted these websites to be on, they wanted them to be on the same domain, otherwise they wouldn't work. So there was a workaround created for it, and that was Selenium RC, that is Selenium Remote. So testers using Selenium had to so a server which was written in Java was created to act as an HTTP proxy, which would trick the browser into believing that the server core and the web application came from the same domain. Since it was able to trick them into thinking that both the server core and the web application were from the same domain, the test cases ran. So this was basically a workaround. Instead of directly doing it, you just created an HTTP proxy, which tricked Selenium into thinking that, okay, yeah, so they're both in the same domain, even though they weren't. And that is Selenium RC. So Selenium RC supports many languages to write tests in. Like you can write in any language you prefer to. You're not stuck to one language. You can use Java, C#, Perl, PHP, Python. Okay, now let's talk about Selenium WebDriver. So Selenium WebDriver is, you can take it as in a way that it's more advanced than Selenium RC. It was conceptualized more recently than Selenium RC. It's the first cross-platform testing framework that could control the website from OS level. So what Selenium WebDriver did was, it basically removed the need for having a HTTP proxy. So instead of having a proxy server which contained the Selenium core, what it did was it natively interacted with the browser. So it itself interacted with the browser instead of having a HTTP proxy. So it is a web automation framework that basically allows you to execute your tests against different browsers, not just Firefox or Chrome, unlike other Selenium. So unlike RC, it does not need Selenium core to work. It makes provision to act on web elements instead of needing them in the same domain. So it has a provision so that it can directly access the web elements instead of having a HTTP proxy, or instead of having the particular website or web-based application in the same domain. It also enables us to use programming language for creating test scripts. So you're not limited again here to just using one programming language. You can choose whichever one you want. Like there are a set of them. Like if you talk about it, Java, .NET, PHP, Python, Perl, Ruby. So these are the programming languages that are supported by WebDriver. You don't have to know all of them. You just need to be knowledgeable in one. However, so you just need to be knowledgeable in one of them. So Selenium WebDriver performs much faster compared to Selenium RC because it makes direct calls. So like we saw with Selenium RC, it was doing a HTTP proxy, whereas in Selenium WebDriver, it does a direct call to the web browser, and hence it's much more faster. And it has a built-in implementation of Firefox driver. So, it is much more easy to work with. Okay, now let's talk about Selenium Grid. So what is Selenium Grid over here? So Selenium Grid was basically conceptualized to overcome the limitation of having, to address the need of minimizing the task execution times as much as possible. Now we wanted to reduce how much time it took to reduce, how long it took to execute a particular test case. To reduce it as much as possible, because if we reduce the time it takes to execute a particular test case, then you can do other things. So we wanted to do that, and we came up with Selenium Grid. So Selenium Grid is part of Selenium suite that specializes in running multiple tests across different browsers, operating systems, and machines in parallel. Since it works in parallel, it can run multiple test cases at the same time. Now it has two versions. The older version is called Grid 1 and the newer version is called Grid 2. So you should use Selenium Grid when you want to do either two things. Like if you want to run your tests against different browsers, operating system, machines, all at the same time, or if you want to save time in execution of your test suits. If you set up Selenium Grid to run, say 4 tests at a time, then you would be able to finish the whole suit in around 4 times faster. Okay, we finally come to Selenium IDE. Now we saw Selenium RC, we saw Selenium WebDriver, and we saw Selenium Grid. Now let's talk about Selenium IDE. Selenium IDE is a bit unique. So what it does is, it basically provides a playback tool for authoring functional tests without having the need to write the test scripting language. Without having the need to learn a test scripting language. So what Selenium IDE does is, it basically, if you don't have a lot of idea about how to write the JavaScript automated scripts or the test scripts, then what you can do is you can use Selenium IDE. So how Selenium IDE works is, so if you were on your browser, let me give you an example.
Hey guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Selenium, then we do provide that. Check out the details in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
So if you go to our browser, and if I go to google.com, yeah, over here, and I'm making sure that my Selenium IDE is running. The playback function of Selenium IDE is working. And I want to run a functional test to see if the search bar is working or not. So what I will do is, I will first do it by myself. I will use my mouse, I will go to the browser, I will type in google.com. It will take me to google.com, and then on my search bar, I will type google.com again. So here I'm checking if Google, or if you had your own search engine, you're checking if your search ability is working, if the search bar is working or not. That's your function, that's your features, and you're checking if the feature is working or not. So after you've done this manually, what will happen is your IDE will record every click and every word you've typed in, and you can then play it back. So if you've done this, then what will happen is the IDE will do the same thing by itself instead of you doing it again. So this way you can automate it without actually having to write a script. So this way it can be very useful. It is basically designed to record your interactions with the website, to help you generate and maintain site automation tests and remove the need to manually step through repetitive takes. So it's got features like recording and playing back tests on Firefox and Chrome, optimizing tests into suits for easy management, saving and loading scripts for later playback, etc. So guys, these are the components of your Selenium. So if you wanted to get a basic idea of all of them, we first came up in 2004, a person came up with Selenium core. This core was worked upon with Selenium RC. So we knew that in Selenium core that the web-based application and Selenium had to be in the same domain. But that is not very feasible. So we came up with an idea of having an HTTP proxy, that is a Selenium RC. But even that became very antique, and we came up with another thing, that is Selenium WebDriver, which is a much better version, which does not require a HTTP proxy. It does it natively. It does it by itself from the OS. You can access the web elements of a particular website from the OS itself without having that HTTP proxy. Then we have Selenium Grid, which is basically used for decreasing the time it takes for test cases to run by running multiple test cases in parallel. And we have Selenium IDE, which basically, if you don't know much about Selenium and you still want to get into it, then you can use Selenium IDE, which is the simplest tool in the Selenium suite.
IDE stands for an integrated development environment, an environment where you can do some recording of your test case and run those test cases. And one point to be noted that this Selenium IDE it's a plugin which can be added to only 2 browsers, that is a Firefox and Chrome. Earlier it was only available with Firefox. Now it has been updated to and supporting even Chrome browser as well. So by adding this plugin, this IDE to the browser, you can automate any application by providing by providing the URL of that application under test. So you see here, this is the Selenium IDE, the environment which IDE looks like. Here you see a base URL where you need to provide the URL of an application under test. And here in the center you see a commands, target, and the value. This is a recorded script of that particular application functionality. So we'll be learning in detail in the coming sessions how to work with Selenium IDE, how to make test cases, and all about that. Now coming here, you have some features in this ID. You can do assertions. Assertions in the sense validating your application, validating the title, it can be the image or the text. Means validation in the sense where you are comparing the expected result and the actual result of the application. So these features of this Selenium ID is it is used only for record and running the script. Okay, so it tracks this ID tracks each and every action done on that particular browser, that is Firefox or Chrome browser. Any operation done on this browser will be tracked automatically by this, identified by this Selenium ID. The another point you can note is the recorded script by the IDE can be viewed in other languages. Means the recorded script can be transformed into Java, .NET, Python, Ruby. Okay, and then use it further for automation. But that we don't recommend to you to do, because editing the recorded script will be a more homework as compared to writing the script directly. So that's the reason we usually don't take the recorded script as our automation script. We mostly try to write the script directly. Okay, so this is all about the Selenium IDE. So remote control is nothing but we need to start the server to communicate with the application. Means explicitly we need to start the server. Then this server starts the Selenium jar files where the return script sent to the Selenium server, Selenium RC server, will interact with the actual application. So here the code will not have any direct interaction with the application. So here we need an intermediate RC server, that is a remote control server, for communicating with the actual application. So this is one of the limitation with the Selenium RC. So that is being overcome with the Selenium WebDriver. So this is all about Selenium RC. And also Selenium RC has its own set of methods, and which are quite different from the Selenium WebDriver methods. And Selenium WebDriver has some more advanced add-on methods which have been implemented in the WebDriver. So here grid is completely based on the hub and a node architecture. It's like a client and the server based. So hub is nothing but acting like a master or a server, and nodes is nothing but a follower or a slave, or you can say a client. A hub will give an instruction to all the nodes connected to it. So there would be a single hub and multiple node machines can be connected to a hub. So in this grid architecture, you'll find one like a hub machine and multiple node machines who will be following the instructions given by the hub. They will be connected to the hub. So the script which you're executing will be communicated through hub to a node. So why this grid environment is required? Because in case if your application has to be tested in different environments on a different operating systems and different combination with the browsers, you can create this grid environment. And second scenario, if your application is taking long time to execute, then you can distribute the execution load on different machines, that means on different nodes, so that you can complete the execution faster as compared to executing them serially. So you can say, in other words, parallel execution is possible with the help of grid environment. So this is all about the grid. So the overall architecture would be in this manner. So here you find the bindings. Here these are the different technology language are available, which can be configured with Selenium WebDriver. In the center, this is the API, the Selenium API, which in turn interprets the code and forwards to the respective browsers. So you can configure each and every browser to the Selenium WebDriver API.
Hey guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Selenium, then we do provide that. Check out the details in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
So in detail level, you can see under the language bindings, it supports the Java language, C#, .NET, right, PHP, Ruby, Python. So the scripts written in these different programming languages will be forwarded through this Selenium WebDriver API and would be executed and operated on the respective browser. Those are the drivers. You need to get the respective drivers. So the WebDriver APIs collect the code written in a different technology and interpret it and send the request to the browser, where the actual execution happens on the configured browser. So in this manner, the communication from the language, the script written in different languages, would execute on a browser. So this is the overall architecture of Selenium WebDriver. Here one thing, we don't need to start any server like Selenium WebDriver RC, remote control. So the communication happens from the operating level itself. But even though it has different advantages, but few limitations are also available. Like you can see, it doesn't support a newly launched browser. Yes, you need to get the respective exe files, then only slowly it starts supporting the new browsers. For example, the Gecko driver, the exe file of Gecko driver will not support the older versions of Firefox. It needs new versions. Okay. So here it doesn't upload a file, they're saying, but you have a solution for it. You can also upload a file by using the Sikuli that we'll be discussing ahead. This Selenium WebDriver, as we know, it is mainly designed to automate a web application. So it won't support inbuilt or by default Windows applications. But you can also add the respective third-party plugins and automate the Windows applications as well. As Selenium WebDriver is an open source, it doesn't have any technical support kind, but no worries on that. You have different forums where the different technology people would help you in fixing the errors. So, and next point here is it don't have generating the built-in reports, but you can add TestNG to it and they get the reports generated time to time. So these are some of the points which need to be considered of the Selenium WebDriver. How to download the WebDriver and configuring the Java and Eclipse with the WebDriver jar files. So let's start with the first point. What are the prerequisites to download or configure the WebDriver? So first, initially we need to consider that Eclipse is already installed, and before Eclipse, Java is already on our machine. So first, initially, and this is a slide just to say a Java project, how to create in an Eclipse and how to write the classes and invoke them, packages. So anyways, we will be setting this environment ahead. Now after setting up Java environment path, means after downloading the JDK, you need to set the Java in the environment variable, and after that install the Eclipse and work over it. So this you will find the steps in detail in our previous sessions. Please, you can refer them. Now here, these are the different JDK downloading, how you can do, okay, from the site. Now you know Java you can get from the www.oracle.corporation, because Java is now undertaken by this Oracle Corporation. So from the oracle.com you can find the software for required Java software. Okay, and coming here, this is the how the you can search and write to verify the Java is whether installed on your machine or not, Java or either Java C. And this is the site from where you can download the Eclipse. And after configuring the Eclipse, now we need to download the jar files of our WebDriver. So to download the jar files of WebDriver, you need to first get the path or find the required jar files in a site for Selenium, that is www.seleniumhq.org. Okay, so that we'll be seeing now. So let's go to a browser, open a browser. On this browser, open a new tab and go to the site of www.seleniumhq.org. So this is a Selenium site where you can file the already required downloads. Then search for, here you have a downloads tab, just click over it. And as we need a WebDriver drivers, there are different sections here: standalone server, Internet Explorer server, okay, and third you see the Selenium client and WebDriver language bindings. So from here you can get your jar files. As we all are aware of, as Selenium can be configured with different languages, technologies like Java, C#, Python, Ruby. So as in this session we are going to discuss with Selenium with Java combination. So you need to download the jar files of Java. Okay, Selenium WebDriver jars for Java. So right now the available version here is 3. Selenium, which is a version of 3.141.56. Download it. Once you click, it will start downloading. So the download file would be a zip file which you need to later extract it. So I've just clicked on the download. So it is downloading. You can save it to any location. Okay, I would just pass it to the downloads folder. In the downloads folder, I'm just creating one more. Okay, here I would say under downloads, I'm saving this as a Selenium Java, and this is the .1.4.59 zip. Already I have a file of Selenium 1.4.0. You can ignore this. I'm just extracting it now. So the download will start. As soon as it downloading is completed, we need to extract the files. Just check here, show in the folder. It will take you to the folder where it has downloaded it. So this is the zip file which we have currently today we have downloaded. It's a zip folder. You need to extract it. So I recommend you to extract all the required jar files for your Selenium on whichever topic we are discussing into different folders, and all the folders in one location. So what I would do here is I would create a folder, new folder here, and I would extract to this new folder the Selenium jars. Okay, this is our jar file. So for extraction, select the downloaded file, which is a zip file. Right click over it, say extract files. Don't extract here, otherwise it will extract in the same location. Extract files and browse to the location to this Selenium jars folder. So as it is in the downloads, It is in the downloads. Selenium jars is our required folder. I say OK and click OK to extract to it. So extraction done. Open this folder. You see these are your extracted files. You see some of the executable files here. Selenium client combined and client combined resources.java. Apart from these two jars, you find some more jars inside these libs. These are the jar files. So whenever we say configure the WebDriver jars, you have to add all these jar files to our workable project. So what I do, let's keep this all together in one place. I copy them. I copy this and save it into this one place. Now all the jar files are at one location so that I don't miss. If any jar file is missing, your project is incomplete. It may show errors, incomplete, and may pop up errors during execution. So this is how you download and extract the Selenium WebDriver jar files. Now how to add this to your project? So we have already configured or installed Eclipse. We are opening the Eclipse. Once you open Eclipse, this is what the three windows you'll find. On the right side, this is your package explorer. Right now you find here many projects are there. You can ignore them. It will be blank if you just started working on the Eclipse, new Eclipse. So these are the different projects which we have created. The central area is the code where you can write the code, and down in the console you'll get the output of your executed code. So what we do is, now here we'll create a new project. So going to you have here on the top of Eclipse, the different menus are there: file, edit, navigate, and so on. Go to the file, new, select Java project and give the project name on which you're going to work. So as I'm just giving, you should give a meaningful name according to your project name. If I'm working on a you can say a tours application, I give as my project name as tours. And you see here it is already selecting my Java version 8. Okay, I no need to do anything, just finish. Once it is completed, you see in this list of project, a tours project is created. You can expand it. This is the structure of your project: source, and by default under JRE system library, you will find the jar files of your Java, which comes default. Okay. Now also, if you are going to work with WebDriver concepts, I need to add my WebDriver jars also here. How to add? So to add the WebDriver jar files, select the project, right click on the project, go to the properties, just a minute. So I'm just going to the properties of my project. Once you click on properties, you will find this properties window where you have the third option, Java build path. Select it and you find here different tabs are the source, project, libraries, order, export. Select the libraries tab. Be on the libraries tab and you see in the central area the JREs are there, Java jar files are there. Now we need to add WebDriver jars to this. Whatever jars you add here, they are configured to your project. That's tours project, whichever project you are working on. See, if you're creating new project, you have to do these steps once again for every project. Okay. Now as our jar files are present on local on my machine, I have to select add external jars. If they are in your Eclipse, you can say add jars. Getting? If in your project, if they are there, you can say add jars. If they are in your Eclipse, you can say add libraries. We'll see these options later. So here we will select an option of add external jars and browse to the location where I have already extracted. In the downloads, Selenium jars was our folder. Inside this libs, these are the jar files we need to add. Select all of them, Control A, open. Now they have come here. Yes, apply and OK. Now you see your project, a new folder is created, reference libraries. These are the jar files of your WebDriver. So any jars, if you want to add to your project, this is the same process. This is the one process. Okay. Now, how to create a project and a packages. Project we have already created. Packages. As we know, a project can have many packages. Packages will be in the source folder. Right click on the source, new package. Suppose this package is talking about the home page. I say home page is my package name. Inside this package, you create your classes, Java classes, by just right clicking on the package, new, and the class, and wherein you have to give the details about your class. Suppose my class is relating to the login. Whether you want a main method or without main method, that you can select. This is your .java class, and this is the structure of the class script. Default code is generated. Right? If you want to execute this code, you have to just login.java class, select it, right click, run as, and say Java application. It would save the code and run, you see, and you'll get the output on the console. Right now no output because I haven't implemented any logic, nothing we have written here. So this is the step how to create a project, packages, class, and run them. For running whatever the jar files are needed, how to add to the project. How to download and configure the third-party browser drivers to our Selenium WebDriver. So for this, you can see, understand. So as you need to automate our script on a particular browser, you need to know, you need to download the exe files for those browsers. So these are your different drivers, browser drivers available. Chrome driver for Chrome browser, Gecko for Firefox, Opera, and IE driver server. So these exe files need to be initially downloaded and then used as in our script for launching a particular application on that browser. So to do that, initially we need to go to our Selenium site, seleniumhq.org. In the downloads tab, here you find, when you just scroll down, you find a section known as a third-party drivers, bindings, and plugins. From here as well you can download the drivers. Here you have a Google Chrome driver. Just download it. This is the current version which is available, 2.45. Click, go to it. These are the zip files. You have a Chrome driver for Windows 32, Mac, as well as Linux. There is no 64-bit Chrome driver, so you can use this 32-bit Windows itself. Just download it. So I'm just downloading as we did earlier to the desktop. It's again a zip file. You need to extract the exe file from this. So once done, you will extract it. The same way you can get more drivers, like I want a Gecko driver which is competitive for launching a Firefox. I can just write here download Gecko driver for WebDriver or Selenium. Here you have a Mozilla Gecko driver from GitHub. Just go to this URL and here you find the different versions of Gecko driver. Here Gecko driver 0.240, which is for Linux, Linux 64, Mac, Windows 32, Windows 64. Now based on the operating system available of Firefox on your machine, you can download this Gecko drivers. It's again zip file, just click over it, it would download. Okay, the same manner you can go for IE browsers as well. I'm just going to the Selenium site back. Right, we are in the downloads. You just scroll down, there you have a third-party language bindings. Here you have the Microsoft Edge. So from here you can download the IE browser as well. So in this manner you can get your required browsers. Okay, not sorry, from there it is an Edge, right? So here you have Internet Explorer driver server. The IE is available for 32 Windows IE, 32-bit as well as 64-bit. Now you can download from here. Once click on it, it will just download IE driver server 32-bit zip file. Okay, so in this manner you can just download the required drivers for your automation. Okay, so once downloading is done, as we did earlier, the extraction, this is the Chrome which we have just now downloaded. I'm going to extract files to another folder, right? As we earlier created a folder on the desktop. Here inside WebDriver Selenium downloads, I'll create one more folder named drivers, where all the required drivers will be saved into this. Okay. It's getting extracted. So back here, this is your drivers folder. This is your Chrome driver.exe. The same way you can get IE exe file, Gecko driver exe file, all the required drivers. Okay, so I have these drivers already extracted in a folder on my downloads. Here I've created one folder drivers. These are the drivers: IE driver, Gecko driver and Chrome driver. So this exe file location I need to select when I'm launching the browser. This is my C drive, this is the location. So we created a project demo. This is the source where we are creating a package inside this. Let's the package name be, it's a starting of WebDriver, right? I say WebDriver basic. So inside that we are going to create a normal Java class with a main method. So our class name, let's be launch with public static void main. So here we are understanding how to launch with the help of a script a particular browser. So inside main method we need to write the statement how to create a Selenium class, an executable class where we would be launching an application. So as we have already downloaded the Selenium jar files and the required third-party driver exe files, now we need to write a small script where how the script would interact with the browser. So for launching of the browser, we need to create an object for WebDriver. So here you see it's a WebDriver is a class, and driver is an object, and you're going to create an object of using a constructor or a class that's a Firefox driver. Means this object driver, the object will be referring to the Firefox browser, and this driver is of type WebDriver. Now once after creating an object, you need to launch an URL. So to launch an URL, you need to use a method, get method, which is of class, which is from class WebDriver. Okay, so this is how you need to create an object and use the method get. But before creating an object, you need to set the exe file. You need to set the system pointing to the location of the downloaded exe file of a browser. So you can do that by using system.set property. The key and a value has to be provided. So the key represents which browser you are going to launch, and the path, the location of the required browser exe file. And here system is a built-in class. Set property is a method which is helpful for setting the path and of the required browser. Earlier in Selenium WebDriver, maybe 2.2.x versions don't need this system.set property, but the recent Selenium drivers versions from 3.x onwards, we need the statement of system.set property. Okay, so for example, you see here the system.set property, the Chrome driver and the location D drive and the Chrome driver.exe. Once the system set property is done, then we create an object and launch the application. The same manner, you can set the path for Gecko driver, that's a Firefox launching, and create an object for the Firefox driver. Similarly for launching the IE driver as well, you need to just change the key, the path and the object reference. Here you have the class that is Internet Explorer driver. So this way you can launch any type of browser by creating an object of that type. Apart from that, you have two more methods, close and quit. Close will close the parent window and quit will close both the child and the parent window. This we'll see with examples how to work on it. So this is all about this session, creating a small script. So let's move to the practical, how to work and launch the required browser. So going to the Eclipse, as earlier we created a package WebDriver, in that a small launch.java class, and here we need to write the first statement, system.set property. So as Java is case sensitive, S should be capital, system class, set property. We're having two parameters, key and a string value. The key is nothing but, as we are going to launch Chrome, within double quotes, webdriver.chrome.driver. This is the key, and the value you need to get the path of the Chrome. As we have already picked the path, this is where the Chrome driver exe is available. I'm copying this path and taking the file name. The file name is chromedriver.exe. Chromedriver.exe. You can also get it with the properties. Here it's an you have to give the extension as well. .exe. Double quotations close, and every line has to be ended with a semicolon at the end. Now Java understands double, make it into double slashes, the path. This is the path, right? Now once after setting the path is done, next is creating an object for that WebDriver class. So as we know, the class is WebDriver. Its W and D are capital. You can take any object name, but as by maintaining the standards, we take driver as the object. New Chrome driver. Semicolon. You need to get the required imports. Now these imports, when you just make a mouse over on that line, red line, you get the import. Import WebDriver from Aura OpenQA.Selenium. So why are you getting this import? As we have added already the jar files to the project, so we are getting this import. Otherwise you won't get the import. Double click. So the import is happening over here. Similarly, import Chrome driver from OpenSelenium.Chrome. Now here our driver object is ready, which is referring to the Chrome driver, and this driver object is of type WebDriver class. Now we can do the actions, like after launching the browser, you need to open an URL. So object name dot, you have these all are the methods, some of the methods belonging to type WebDriver. For example, find element, close. See at the end what you see, in the faint, that's a class name. This method is belonging to that class. The method name, any input, the return type of the method, that's a web element. Similarly, get is a method, input string, void output, and this get can be used with object of type WebDriver. Current URLs, get page source code, title, these all are the methods can be used with WebDriver object. As right now we want to open the URL, so we'll use a get method, and here you need to provide the string. As I want to launch this URL, take this URL and www.seleniumhq.org download. This is your 3-step always needed in every program just to launch the browser with a particular URL. Just run this code, right click, run as Java application. So that would try to launch your application. With using some certain port number, save and launch. Started executing. Here you see this is your Chrome driver version, and using one port number, any port number it can be which is available, and started executing. So it should launch the browser, and yeah, here the browser is launched. And the URL. So this is how your script is interacting with the exe file of Chrome through this Selenium WebDriver API. Well, now the same way, if you want to launch an application on the Gecko driver, that's a Firefox. So what I do, I take the same set of code. I'm just commenting this line and writing it below. Only few things I need to change here. The key, it should be Gecko, and the exe file as well, as our exe file name is gecko driver.exe. And also the object type, it should be Firefox driver. It should be capital. And import it. That's it. Just run the code. Now it is launching a Gecko driver. Here the gecko is launched. Executing. Yeah, here it is launching Selenium HQ.download org.download. So this is how you launch the any particular browser and the URL. So let's understand what is this web elements. Okay, so web element is very simple. You might have been heard about objects, components. So in different applications, the naming convention is different. As we are automating the web applications in Selenium, we call them as web elements. So what are these web elements? Anything which is available on the applications to be tested under test. You see here a search box, okay, a search text box is a web element, a text is a web element, image is a web element, links are web element. So anything whatever is present on the applications under test are generally known as web elements. Okay, so you find here web elements. So what are the available web elements are there and how to inspect them? What is this inspection process is? So how are these web elements appearing on the applications? Because of the developers coding. The developers, when they are coding, they use certain features, some attributes and its values. Because of the attributes and values, a HTML code, they come up with some HTML code, and the output of that HTML code is nothing but your web elements on the application. So as a tester, if you want to find or point to one particular text box or a button or any web element, we need to initially understand the HTML code for that web element. And by knowing the attributes, unique attributes, we need to point to that web element. So today in this session, we are going to understand how to find the HTML code for the web element and find the unique attributes which will help us to test ahead. So you know, in HTML code, you'll find the different tags are available with the tag name and the content. Content is nothing but the attributes of that element, web element. So, but first initially let's understand what are the different types of web elements you'll find on the applications. You may find edit boxes, okay, where you can enter some data and search the component or the products. You may find some links where after clicking on the link, it will take you land upon another page like a login, sign up, log out, find some products. Okay, so in this way you'll find different links where they're having a tag that's an A tag. This is the HTML code, how it looks like, A tag. That's an anchor tag with many components or attributes within it, right? You may find buttons where you try to make some actions of a click action or submit action. After filling the registration form, you try to click the details, you try to click on the page, wherein it would collect all this information and forward it to your database or some other page. Okay, so you might find some images which represents the application. Okay, how to inspect them? Image links also will be there, means an image which is acting like a link, which you once you click over it, which will navigate to the further pages. Also buttons, some buttons can be in the form of an image. Text areas where you can enter some text, multiple characters. Check boxes where you can enable and disable the options. Radio buttons where you need to select some values for registration, either female, male, you can select either. Similarly, list box where you have many options where you select under that drop down one particular value according to the business logic. The combo boxes are something drop downs like once you click on this downward arrow, you'll get many options, okay, wherein you can select one, like countries to be selected, where you can click on the box and get the countries selected, or dates, months, so on. Okay, so these are the different web elements present on any web application which you're going to automate. So now here we are going to see how to find the web elements and its HTML code. So for practice purpose, you can take any application, okay, and open a browser and take any application. So for here, we are taking a very simple one, the Facebook, which everyone are familiar with it, facebook.com. So where on this application you find all the components which we discussed now. Sorry. So here once after launching the application, you find different components here. You find an image, you find the text boxes, the links are there, buttons are there, drop elements are there, combo boxes wherein you can click and get different dates, months, radio buttons are available, right? So this is an image with a sign up. So each and every component is available here. Now let's inspect one by one. So if I want to find this text box, you need to find the HTML code for it. So to find the HTML code, I'm going to select, right click on that component, right click on the component and say inspect. Once you click on the inspect option, it will display you the HTML code only for that text box. So here you'll get the HTML code. And this is the selected text, is nothing but your HTML code for the text box. So which is having a tag name input and different attributes. Type is one attribute with a value email, class is one attribute with input text, name is another attribute, ID is another, data, so on. So out of these different attributes, you need to find a fixed, or you can say a unique element which doesn't match with other text boxes on this application, where the values are different. So you may be having ID. ID may also be available with password text box, but value will be different. Okay, so I'm just saying, as per our testing priority, I would go for the ID attribute if it is available. Okay, now here I'll take ID is equal to email to find this text box. Similarly, I want to know how to inspect and how to write a code. That we'll be studying in our coming sessions. But here we are just understanding how to find the HTML code for a web element. Similarly, for a password, inspect it. You see here, it's having a type, password, class is there, name is there, ID is there. ID is different, pass. So I can rely on this. Same way, you can find the button. Button is having an input tag. Okay, ID is also the U08. Okay, having given name attribute, name is not there. Value is there, ADL label. Okay, type is there, submit. These are the attributes what we call. Now coming to the link. Forgot account is a link. It's represented with an anchor tag. Href, where is it referring to? Once you click on the link. What is the text on the page, on the application? What is the link? Forgotten account is the link text. We call this as a link text. So you see forgotten account question mark. This is the link text. So you can find the element with the help of some attribute of a tag or with link text also. Getting? Now here image. Right click on the image and inspect. You see img is a tag name having class, source, okay, height and width. These are the attributes used for creating this page or this image, right? Similarly, you have here this drop down. Inspect this drop down initially. It's having a tag select. Why select? Because it's a select is actually a class wherein you can select many elements under it. If I'm expanding this select, see, I have many options under that. Days, okay, 1 2 3 4, all the values are there which are actually present in this drop down. Day 1 to 31 days. So it's a select tag with some label, name, ID, title. Getting? Radio button. It's an input tag. Type is a radio, name attribute, value, ID. So this is the process how to inspect and get understanding the HTML code of any web element. Just right clicking on the web element and selecting the option of inspect and getting the HTML code, studying it. So what are these locators? These are nothing but the properties used for designing the web elements by the developers. So these are your locators: name, locator, ID, class name. Means using these locators we can find an element in our Selenium WebDriver. So always the preference is given, first preference is given to the ID. If ID is not available, then to the name. If ID and name is not helping us to find an element, then you can use class name or either tag name. If you have a links, you go with a link text and partial link text or either. Also you can find an element based on CSS. If neither of these approaches working out, that is ID, name, class or tag name, you can also design your XPath. Okay, so we'll see one by one these locators. For example, the first one, that's an ID. If ID is available for your web element, how to find it? The syntax is by.id, and within double quotes you need to provide the value of the ID. So here what is by? By is nothing but a class which having all the locators, and this is the value for that locator. This value for the locator you'll get by inspecting the element, which we have already discussed in our last session. Now whatever the attribute we have found, how to find an element with those attributes? That will be again driver, that is nothing but our instance pointing to a browser and the URL. Driver dot find element method by dot whatever the locator, ID and the value, and there you can forward the data to it. Okay, now the same way let's just check see one example based on the ID. So going to the Eclipse, we are going to create a class. For example, this class will make this as ID with main method so that we can run the program. So as we have already discussed in a previous session, that we need to set the system, set property, and then create an instance for the driver and launch the URL. Just taking those 3 lines of code and import the WebDriver. Now here we are going to launch this Facebook URL. Take the Facebook and provide it to the get method input string. Now once you execute this program, it would just launch the Chrome with Facebook URL. Now next we are going to see how to use a locator ID. Maybe like I want to enter some data to this email text box. So first I would inspect what are the properties of email. Manually I have inspected. It's having a tag name input. The locators are here, that the properties are type, class, right? Name is also there, ID is also there. As we discussed, if ID is available with proper value, I would prefer taking the ID. And the value is email. So copy the value of email here. Go to the Eclipse. Here our driver instance. Here our referring to the Chrome and the application is driver. So here you need to mention driver dot. It will display the list of methods from class WebDriver. So all these are some of the methods from WebDriver class. We saw in the last session how to use this get method. Today we are finding an element, so we'll say find element. Also you have find elements, multiple elements. But here we are finding a single web element, so find element. Input required is of type by class. And output of this method is a web element. Means one web element is found. Just double click. Here provide by dot, B should be capital, by dot. What is the locator we have inspected? It is ID, string input. String input is nothing but the value of it, that is email, which we have just found here. Right? Now, as we know, find element is nothing but a web element. If you want, you can assign to a variable. I can say this variable name is UNM. As the output type of this method is web element, and the variable holding that web element should be of type web element. W and E should be capital. Import this web element. Now our variable UNM is nothing but pointing to the text box from Facebook. Now we have found a text box. You need to enter data to it. So I can take this variable name dot. You need to enter data. These are the methods from web element. You can clear it. You can click over it, right? You can enter data to the text box by using a method here, send keys. Send keys, enter the data, even at gmail.com. This is the data. Okay, so here driver is your instance object, find element is a method of WebDriver class, by is a class, ID is the locator, and this is the value, right? And send keys is a method used to pass some data to the web element. Now once you run this code, so once after loading, it will find the text box for email and enter data over here. Whatever we have, send it. Okay, so we have not found the password, so only data is entered to the email text box. So this is how using ID locator you can find one element, right? So next locator which we have, that is finding an element based on name. So by dot name locator and the value, here instead of ID you'll use a name locator. For example, if we inspect a password, here password is having type, class is also there, name as well as ID. So let's take and consider this name locator. The value for the name is pass. It's the same process again, driver dot find element by dot. Now take the locator, that's a name, and pass the value. Now you can pass this to a variable as we did earlier. You can pass it to a variable and then send keys, or you soon after inspecting the web element, here also you can send the data. Suppose the data is test. Okay. Now same way I want to log in, right? So I would inspect the button as well. Right click on the button. Now button is having value and You have data type is this, submit, ID is U08. Don't use the ID if it is having some odd kind of data like U underscore 0 underscore some numbers. Always prefer the data which is static, wholesome data. Don't go with some associated with underscores and numbers with it, because this data is not constant. It keeps on changing for every execution. The values are dynamic. So don't rely on such ID locator value. Instead of that, you can use some other tag name here, driver.find by dot tag name, and the value is submit. Not the tag name is not submit, it's an input tag. We can check something else. This will not help us. Class name is also not there, right? So we'll take some other attribute. You can see on this button there is a label also there, login. That's a label over the button. So before that, you see the label is there. Class, it has its own class. ID is also there, and this label is used for U08. That's nothing but your button, U08. So it is one and the same if you point to the button or to the label. Okay, it's one and the same. So you can take this class name if you need. You can take this class name value or this ID also. ID login button, and the action to this button would be click action. Now you can run the code. So it has entered the data, username and password, and also clicked on the button, so it has to move to the next page. Okay, so as the password and username is not valid, so it did not actually log in, but it has executed, right? So in this way you can use the ID and the name locator. Now we will see the few locators, like how to inspect a link with the help of link text, partial link text, and also how to design your own xpaths, that is absolute and the relative xpath. So this link text and partial link text are used for the links available over the applications. We will create a new class. With a public static void main, where we are going to launch the URL. You can take any application. So here I'm just taking the same Facebook application where you have some links. If you scroll down, you have a links, terms is a link, data policy is a link, cookies policy, there's all links, right? So here if I just inspect a data policy, you see it's an anchor tag having H reference. ID is also there, so you can take this ID for inspecting this link, and you have even a data link over the data. So this data policy is a text associated with the link. So with the help of locator link text, I'm just copying this text and going back to the Eclipse. We can find a link now with the help of driver dot find element by class, and here you have an option of link text, and link has to be provided as a string input, where the copied link text I'm placing here. So I can save it to a variable, or directly we can make an links are clicked, click action. You can just run this code. So that link has been clicked. We are on the right now on the data policy page. Okay, now coming here, we can also take two more methods. Now this is the child window opened and this is the parent window, Facebook. So if I want to close the parent window or close both the windows, we have two more methods. That's nothing but driver dot close, and second one is driver dot quit. So close will close the parent window and quit will do closing of parent and child window. We can check that. First I would go for, I'm just commenting the close, will do the close action. Now this data policy, we can also inspect the element with a partial link. Like, now when I'm inspecting this data policy, instead of taking this complete text data as well as policy, I'll just copy only the data. Okay, I'll just take only data. Because sometimes later developers may change, instead of data policy they may make it as a data terms or data information. So where I don't want to fail my automation script. If data is available, then it should inspect this link, irrespective of whatever would be the second set of data text available there. So that you can do with the help of partial link text. So going here, driver dot find by dot partial link text. I would give only data and here the dot click. Now run the code, as we also have a close method. So the parent window is closed and child is left out. Now if I use quit, driver dot quit, after clicking on the link, both the windows would be closed. So if after execution, if you want to close the application in the browser, you can use this method. It's done. So this is how you can find the links with the help of link text and partial link text. Now we have something known as an xpath. So I'm just commenting all this code because I want to, okay, quit, I'll keep it, or I'm just commenting every code in the Facebook. Now how to use an xpath. Xpath is nothing but giving the path of that element, web element. So maybe the path may be using with some attributes, or path can be designed based on the position. So the xpath can be of two types, absolute xpath and relative xpath. Absolute and relative. Okay, so absolute xpath is completely using attributes, locators. Attributes, it's the property values, and here relative is nothing but using based on position. This process we'll be doing every day in our session. No need to worry right now if it is very new to you, but you can just try to understand. The xpath created based using attributes, and relative means xpath based on location, position. For example, I go to I want to find this email, right? I can right click, inspect. This is using attributes. I'm finding an element based on this ID email, right? So I can just right click on it to get the xpath, right click on this blue area, copy, and copy xpath. I would just come to Eclipse or to the notepad, just paste it. This is nothing but I got an xpath from my inspected element. So what is the meaning of this? This is actually an xpath. It's an based on attribute. What is the meaning? Throughout the Facebook, this slash is negative, throughout the Facebook, there is something, a tag we don't know what is the tag asterisk, and that tag is having one locator, and this is the value. And if you find it manually that yes, id is equal to email, that's correct. What is the tag name? Input. So if you want, you can edit it. Instead of asterisk, you can write the tag name input. You can edit your XPath. So this is the XPath based on one attribute, using an attribute value, finding an XPath. Now what is the position? Position is something like you need to specify where is this button, text box is. Since from the HTML body, if you just scroll up, this is the header, body. From that, see the path hierarchy. There is a division, one more division, second div. These all are the tags, div, div. So it has to give, again you come across a form tag, then again a table, table body. Within the table body, in some rows, tr is for the row. Then there you'll find td is for the column. There you'll find the input tag. So this is known as a position, right? To get this position, I have one plugin, that's a crow path. Once you click on it, you get the crow path. Now you see here you will get both the locators, relative XPath, absolute XPath. Now if I just click on this icon, you get this is the absolute relative XPath. See, it's such a lengthy flow from the HTML body, so many divs. There you're coming across a form, there a table, table body, second row, first column, index are nothing but second and first column. There you'll find an input tag. This is nothing but different ways of finding the XPath. So how to use an element by using this XPath? Now you make sure whatever the ID you get with double quotes, make it into single quotes. Otherwise you'll get some errors, right? So you can just take this XPath and I can say driver dot find element by dot XPath and give the XPath value over there. This is nothing but an XPath for the email text box. Then soon I'll be entering data to this. Welcome is the data. Let's check. So this XPath formation for different web elements, how to do this process would be everyday's task, inspecting the element, finding it, identifying it. So no need to worry, we'll be doing it more frequently, mostly every day. So based on the XPath, it should find the text box for email and enter data. So it has identified it. Okay. So this is how we find an element. Suppose if your locator value is different, it will not find the element. Suppose I make 123, email 123 and run the code. It come across an error because there is no web element with that value in the application. You see here there is an error. Line number 26 is the error line. No such element exception. So there is no element with this locator XPath and with this value. Okay. So it specifies 11. You just double click on line number so and so. It points to the place where is that code with error. So this is all about how to find an element with in Selenium WebDriver in the form and write it in the script format. Let's understand about two plugins which are useful to find the web elements properties. One note is these two plugins are only available with the older versions of the Firefox browser only. The older versions in the sense maybe the Firefox version 50 or 51.0. If your system is having these browsers, then only you are able to configure these plugins. Else no worries, you can use other available plugins for inspecting for the same purpose. But in case if you are having the older version of Firefox, only Firefox only, no other browser supports these plugins. So we'll understand what is a firebug. Firebug is nothing but a plugin which is helpful for inspecting the element. As we do right click and do inspect, the same thing is done with the firebug. And what is a firepath? Firepath is used to know the path or find the xpath of the element. You can just open a Firefox browser, go to this site of www.seleniumhq.org, or directly you can search it in Google. I'm going to the downloads tab. There you have Selenium IDE. Here I'm going to the Selenium IDE for Firefox. Okay, from here I can just search like download firebug. Initially go add the firebug. You'll find it directly the firebug here available, but right now no firebug is available directly because this current Firefox doesn't support the firebug. So I can't add it. If you find that firebug, just select it and say, as you find here the option add to Firefox, similarly you'll get there also the option of add to Firefox. Just click over it, and if it is asking you to install, just install. And if it asks you to restart the Firefox, just click on restart. It will automatically close and open the Firefox browser once again. So after adding the firebug, you can also search for firepath. So here also we don't have firepath, no compatibility. If you find Firefox, just click on it and add to the Firefox browser. So in this manner you add these two tools. Once added, you'll find some icons for the firebug and firepath. If no, also when I'm inspecting any element, when I do right click, here you find the option of firepath. As right now firepath is not configured to this new version of Firefox, but if you don't have, no worries, you can directly inspect element queue. This also will give you the properties of the web elements, the same manner as we did on the Chrome browser. So you can inspect element on any browsers, Firefox, Chrome, anywhere. I can right click on this, copy here. See, the xpath is not there. For xpath, you can use crowpath. So using would be the same as we did with the Chrome browser. Select the crowpath, and here automatically whichever element you inspect, you find the relatives xpaths here. Relative xpath, absolute xpath. And you need to just select it and get it. The process is the same whichever browser it is, but here only these are the different tools, firebug and firepath, only compatible with Firefox browser. They are not available with other browsers. So let's see an individual method. That's a get method. Our WebDriver object is a driver.getURL. Means it will just launch that particular passed URL. Similarly, get current URL. This method will retrieve or display the current URL open on the browser. So it is going to return the output. Get is something returning a void output. The same way you have a get title, which will display the title present on the current page displayed. It has a return type of a string. Now similarly you have get text. Means a web element having a text display, like a link having some text, link text. So you can display the text present over that web element. You can also know the tag name for that element which you are inspecting, the CSS value of that particular element. You can also get the attributes values, okay, attribute of that particular web element. Here you can submit, as you say, enter some data, you can also submit that particular web element. And you can also retrieve the source code. You can close the application. Already we have discussed these two methods, close and quit, in our previous session. Okay, so let's see practically how to use these methods. So get attribute, which is taking a string input, that's nothing but a locator. So once identified any web element, you can get the attribute of it. Create a new class. I just call it as web elements with the main method. So in this class, as you need to launch the browser with the required URL, we are going to take system.set property, and with the help of get method, launching of the URL. So as we know, this is one of the method already we have discussed. Get is a one method of the WebDriver class, whose return type is void and input is a string, where you need to pass the required URL to be launched. Now on this Facebook, I can inspect any element. I want to know the title of this opened application. So for that, you have driver.get title method. Return type is a string. As it is returning a string output, the title you can assign to a variable, and declare the data type of that variable as string data type. As the result is in this variable, now you can display the result, sysout system.out.println. Here I can say title is concatenated with the variable. Okay, this would display the title. You can run it, execute Java application, save and launch the program, and it would now launch the Chrome browser with the required URL. Here it will try to display the title of the opened application. So you see here the title is Facebook login or sign up. This is the title, which you'll find it's still executing. It should be displayed here. Yeah, this is your title. The same way I can also use now driver. I want to close this open application after execution, so we can mention here driver.close. So driver.close, so that the browser open application will be closed. Now the same way manner, you can also get the current URL. So here again the method get current URL, that's again a string. So directly you can use display it without passing it to a variable, system.out.println your driver instance second. not responding. So here I'm just taking the driver instance, driver dot get current URL. So when you run this, it will display the URL of the opened application. So once executed, you'll find the output on the console, the title as well as the URL. So we can say here driver dot find element by dot ID, and here we are passing the value email, right? So as it is returning a web element, I can store it to a variable unm, and this is a web element. Just import the web element. And this web element, I can say here sysout unm, whatever the web element we have, the properties of this web element, like I want the get attribute of it, right? Similarly, we can say get attribute, which attribute value we need. I need the ID attribute value, right? Similarly, we can say sysout unm dot get css value, get the tag name of this inspected data. Just run it. So once it executes all the methods, so it's closed. You see here the URL is this, and get attribute of ID. What is the value of this locator ID? It's an email which you got with the help of method get attribute. What is the tag name of this inspected element? The tag which we have used was ID, right? This was the tag. Where is that? Here, this is your tag name which I have used. When you inspect it, the input is the tag name of that web element. So you see in the result, input is a tag name. So these are few of the elements, methods of the WebDriver. So we need to understand why we need to use this navigate methods, because you don't have the attributes for navigation options. That's the reason we have the methods. So this is the syntax of using navigate, your driver instance, navigate method, then specify to which URL you need to forward. Then you can move as you click on the backward forward for the page navigation. You have a method forward method to move ahead, refreshing the page and moving back to the page. So let's see a practical aspect of these using these methods. So in the Eclipse, just trying to launch the URL, create a new class, with the main method. I'll just take a Google application, google.com. So this is the Google page launch, and if you observe here, this is the title. Google is the title, and there is an images link. Once I click on the image link, it will go to the image page where the title is changed to Google Images. And if I want to come back to the previous page, I just click on this back button, right? Because I can't inspect or automate this option because we don't have any attributes over it. If I right click, you don't find any inspect option. So for that reason, we have directly the methods for it. So back method will help you by clicking on the back option. If I want to move forward, forward method is there, right? And also if I want to refresh the page, also is possible with this, equivalent to clicking on this refresh option. So what I would do is, first once after launching this Google page, to click on the images link, first you need to inspect the images and get its attributes. The image link A tag, the link text is available, images. So you need to find an element using the link text. Driver dot find element by dot the link text, the images. Once you click over it, then it would go to the Google Images page. So maybe as soon as you click, it may not reach to the next page. It may take some time. So to tell the WebDriver wait for certain time period to load the second page, we'll be passing a wait statement. That is thread dot, there is a method sleep, and you need to specify the duration, how long it is going to wait. So the sleep method takes the input in the form of milliseconds. I give 2000 milliseconds, that is 2 seconds. What is a thread? Thread is nothing but a class of Java, and sleep is a method. Now here you need to add the exception handling, because when the executor is in the sleep mode, it may get interrupted. So to handle that interruption, you can handle with the help of try catch or throws, either way. So I've handled this exception with the throws here. Then after that, I need to you can do one thing, this launching of the browser, you can do in this manner. Instead of using get method, we can also say driver dot navigate. This is a method navigate dot to, and where you need to give this URL. This will also launch the application. Okay. Now after that, you need to just after clicking on this link, you want to move backward. So for that, you have a method driver dot navigate dot back. So this will take your control to the first page. That also would take some time. So you can give some thread dot sleep after clicking on the back button, maybe like 1000 milliseconds. Okay, so then if you need, you can also just display some sysout statement as well. Sysout back executed, back done, or something you can mention, right? After that, you want to move forward, driver dot navigate dot forward, and give the time period and a message to understand that we have executed that particular statement. Then I want to refresh it, driver dot navigate dot refresh. That's done. Refreshed. I can put a statement refresh done. Okay, so you can just run the code and check whether the application is performing the actions as we have mentioned. So clicking on, after loading, you'll click on the images link. clicked, it's in the images page. It has to move back, then forward, again refresh. So if you check, the sysout statements are displayed, so that indicates the methods got executed. So this is all about the navigation methods of WebDriver class. Now this is how we usually find an element, by using a method find element and then passing the locator and its value. Also we are aware of send keys method as well. So here is a clear method which can be used with a web element, where it clears the content of the existing data in the web element. Click, it's used equivalent to clicking on the web element or submitting the data. And is enabled is used to find the status, whether that web element is active. If it is active, or then it will return true value. Okay. Then is selected is something, if the element is already selected, clicked, then the status would be true. Is selected is true. And similarly, is displayed, one more web element we have, method we have, means whether that particular element is present on the application or not. So that also returns either true or false. Now discussing these elements in the application, we can create a new class. Status is a class name. We'll take the Facebook application. In this Facebook application, here we find there is an image. Okay, this indicates this is a Facebook page, right? So I want to, based on this image, I'll inspect it initially, then I'll use the 3 different methods on it. Okay, so okay, let's inspect this element. It's an image tag having class, source, that's it. There are no IDs, no names, right? So then how to inspect this element? Then you can go and create an xpath for this element. So to get the xpath, you can just click on this on the right side, double arrows, go and select the crow path, and here you have a relative xpath which is designed based on the div having a class attribute, and within that image having a class is equal to image. So here you see the inspected element image is having a class is equal to img value. So it is just finding the element. If I select this xpath, it's saying on the Facebook you will find a div tag having a class, and the class value is underscore 5iyy. Under that, going ahead, you'll find one more image tag having class is equal to image. So we know where right now the image is this, and where is this class with 5iyy? You can just move forward here. This is the class. So throughout the Facebook, it will first look for this class div tag. Under that, it is you are going to find the image. So this is an xpath based on the attribute. So you can inspect the element using it. Driver.find by dot xpath and the value. Within double quotes. So I can save this web element to a variable. img is a variable name. Now I want to find the status of this image, whether image is present on the page. Is it existing on the page, true or false? So I can write directly, because sysout driver dot, it's not driver, it's an image you need to find, right? So img, the variable dot, and the variable name method. See, you have here is displayed, enable selected, the outputs are boolean output. So you can store it to a variable of boolean data type, or use it directly to display. So I use the first method, is displayed. Is it displayed on the page? It should return true, right? Similarly, is enabled, is it active? It should be true. Is selected, did you select the image? It should be false because we haven't selected any image over there. You do not click over it, right? We have just inspected it. So you can see the three outputs. Okay, so this is all about the getting the status. We have a clear method. So what we can do is, for clear example, we can enter some data to this email. So inspect the email attribute. It is ID is equal to email. So you can write here driver dot find element by dot ID and the value of it. I would save this to a web element variable username. Now what we would do is, initially I would send some data to this username. So username dot send keys, I would say welcome is the data to it. After that I would clear it. So unm dot clear, so it would clear the entered data and then re-enter something else, new content, even at gmail.com. Okay, so you just want to see the difference of this clear. That's it. Run the code. And here it's an end of the program here actually. So it is entering, it has entered the first data, cleared it, and then entered the new content. If you want to really see the difference, you can add some time period here, thread.sleep, as we did earlier. Some 500 milliseconds. And then execute the clear. Okay, so this is your, these are the methods. So when you're inspecting any web element, you can find among these the tags available. That's an A tag, that's known as an anchor tag, which is mainly used for identifying or creating the links. B specifies the bold. Okay, table tag to represent a table where the data or a kind of a calendar where in the grid format when the data is displayed, table is mentioned. TR represents the row, TD for the column. These are the tags. Select tag mostly you find when there is a drop down component web element. And buttons, as you know, it is available for the buttons. Span, if there is some text available. Input tag you'll find mostly for the all the text boxes, radio, password, check boxes, buttons. When you want to represent any image on the application website, img tag is there. I represents the italic font. When frame is something, a layer of HTML page placed over another main HTML page. So that frame represents with the tag name iframe. That's nothing but inline frame. You find div tags, okay, where you have within another you are inserting subplacing the web elements, there you find a div tags. So these are the available tags present in the HTML. Consider that we just want to find, you see here when you inspect any element, the HTML tags are displayed here. When you just scroll up, the HTML tag starts with HTML and ends with /HTML. You have a header tag where the header part of this Facebook is placed. Okay, these are all the titles. You find the title of the Facebook over here under the tag name title. Similarly, you have the body for HTML, and here this is a div tag. Under that, one more div. Each div has certain properties. Class is one attribute, right? And you can just see there are multiple divs. You find a form is also a one tag having some attributes, ID and what action it is referring to, login. Then input tags are relating to one. These are the hidden. Okay, some elements are hidden. So these are especially for the text boxes, fields, drop downs, combo boxes, right? Table is there. Within that table, a table body, tr for the row. Okay, and you find the column as well. And these all are the input tags. You also find image. Yeah, here you find the image tag, and also you find p. Here there is no p. I is there, that's representing the italic form. Okay, and yes, that's it. So these are the available tags. So as you come across, we'll be seeing all these tags now and then. A span is there, where inside the span you have much content, some content is included. Okay, so these are nothing but the tags. iframe is also available here with some attributes. So when you inspect any element, these are nothing but the tags. Within each tag, it represents to one particular web element within which the attributes are specified. So this is our application. I would just find the password, inspect the password here, and these are the attributes you find. This a tag name is input, type is password, class is input, name is pass. So ID is also there, but we want to see an example with name. So name is equal to pass. So take this value, pass, and write the code driver dot find element by dot the name locator, and the value which you have after inspection, which you have copied pass, is given here, and you can save this to a web element with different variable name, and to this password you will be entering the data now. Password dot send keys. The password, it's a string, test is the password. Now if you run, this will find the password based on the locator using locator name and the value pass and pass the data. So this is how you can inspect the element using name locator. The same way, if I want to find any element with a class, how to inspect it? Just going to here you have a class tag. Class is equal to input text. Okay, class is equal to input text. Suppose I'm just taking this name as an example, input text, and how will you find it? Here again, driver dot find element by dot, you see here class name and specify the value. This is another web element using the class name, right? Now just similarly you have some more tag name. Okay, what is the tag name here? Input. So based on input is a tag name, driver dot find by dot the tag name and the name of the tag. This is okay. And if I want to click over the link, inspecting the link, as on this application I have forgot account link, inspect it. It's an A tag, anchor tag, H reference, and the text over the link is what? Forgotten account question mark. That's seen, you can see it here in the HTML tag here, the HTML code, forgotten account. So taking this tag, link text, and I can find an element. Driver dot find an web element. You have a link text and paste the text over there. What action we have to perform over the link? Click. Now we'll just execute it, entering data to username, password, we have commented these lines, and clicking on the link. So it is launching the browser. The test password and link is identified and clicked. So it went to the find an account page where you can try to recover the password. Right? So this is how you can find the elements. Also you have partial link text wherein you will give the partial information of this text. This is the complete link text, right? Partial link text, and this is the complete link actually, and out of which only I'll give forgotten. I'm deleting the account. So just based on partial information, it will find the link, the matching web element from the application, and would passing the partial information. So this tag would be useful to find the web element. This is how you can use different locators to automate any web element in Selenium WebDriver. So xpath is nothing but specifying the path of an web element. So we use xpath in a scenario where you don't have any other locators available. Likewise, like if you don't have any ID or name or tag name, nothing is available, and if any web element is present on the application, you can find it by the last option, you can say xpath. So here in xpath, what is this xpath? It's nothing but a language that describes a way to locate, okay, from your HTML code. Now in xpath you have two types you can create, absolute and the relative. So relative xpath is the path of the web element based on certain attributes, available attributes, and absolute xpath is something from the root location, from the very home location, from the starting point of the page, identifying a particular web element. So we can just check like what is the absolute and relative xpath with the help of one plugin, that's a xpath. Now here you can create your own xpath by using this syntax you find here, /. It's let me tell you what is the meaning of this / and /. You see in relative xpath you mostly get this / and then the path. So this double slash indicates look for the web elements or the locators which are present, like a parent and the child, the grandchild, and under that whatever might be there. Okay, so this indicates on the Facebook page, start for looking for a tag name. Asterisk means any tag name having an ID so and so value. Under that you'll find a child, grandchild, UL. Under that one more grandchild, LI, which is a third positioned. Under that an anchor tag. So here you're giving the path, the child, the grandchild, and so on present in this parent location. Okay, so coming to the other side, the absolute XPath, here you mostly find a single slash that indicates it's specifying the location of the inspected web element from the very node position. Like in HTML body, then you'll find a div 2 means second div, then immediately first div, then again first div, footer, section 3, div, li 3, and then anchor tag. So this is the complete path it is specifying, and here from the intermediate location, the parent, it is showing the subnodes. That's about the relative. Now when you're creating the XPath, okay, the relative XPath, we take this syntax. Within double slash any tag name. If you don't know the tag, generally you can specify asterisk. But mentioning the tag would be better. Like if I'm inspecting a button or input text or text box, the tag name would be input. Then you need to use a square bracket, @ symbol, then any attribute which is available for that web element. Take any attribute. If ID is there, I would take ID, name, or class. That's it. Okay, and then specify the value of that attribute within single quotes. Okay, so for example, you can just check this practically. I am taking this Facebook. I am inspecting this email. When you inspect it manually, you find it's an input tag, right? Similarly, you will have a crow path here. Crow path is already selected here, crow path, and it is capturing the XPath of it. If you see the XPath, how is it? It's an input tag. Okay, if I select it, it double slash, the tag name is input, within square bracket the attribute, that is ID, this is what the attribute, and the value of it. So it is following the same syntax, tag name, attribute, and the value. So for example, this is what. If you see the Facebook, input tag, ID, attribute. Right? That is one way of XPath. Also, you can create an XPath with the help of multiple attributes. Like in our previous example, we have used only one attribute to find an XPath. Now, if an element is not able to find with only one attribute, with ID not happening, then I can take help of another attribute as well. Name is equal to email. By following this syntax, first attribute, then within square bracket specify the second attribute. Like for example, here you have a name attribute, so I can just continue within square bracket, @ symbol, and the attribute is name equals to email. So now this element would be identified with the help of two. When you put an enter key, you find here one matching node, means one element is found from this application. So with the help of multiple attributes also, you can create an XPath. So here you have OR operator. The previous one which we have discussed is an AND operator immediately. Means when both the attributes are matching, then only element would be identified. In the second case, OR operator means either if one attribute or the second one, if it is matching with the element properties, it will find the element. Like for example, as we have written here square bracket, I can take out here and put an OR. Either email or ID is matching, find the element. This is an OR operator. Now same way you have the other format. Any tag name. Any tag means the asterisk. It indicates an asterisk. Then comes the locator and its value. So Here, instead of input tag, I can also mention star asterisk. So that indicates it can be any tag name. It can be input tag name or TD. So from the Facebook, whichever tags having these properties will be inspected. That's an asterisk. Following this syntax. Tag name, attribute and the value. So if a tag is having some text, okay, if it is not having ID, neither name, some text is there, then how to find it? A tag having a text, this is the syntax, text simple bracket equals to in single quotes provide the value. So having the text means suppose this forgotten account is a link, it's a text, right? So I've inspected the link text is what? Forgot account. So if you go with the xpath of this, I select this is the xpath you got. See here, you got automatically the xpath. The tag name, as you have mentioned, the tag name, the text equals to the value. So here you have, they have used the contains. Also you can use contains, means the anchor tag is containing the text that's forgot account. This is one syntax, okay? Or else I can go with text equals to the one which is mentioned in this text is equal to one matching node found. Means you are finding an anchor tag having a text. This is the text which according to the syntax. Contains also can be used, means the tag web element is containing that particular text. Also you can use starts with, means the text is starting with certain word, then you can use starts with. So here taking it, I can say here the text is starting with comma, means a text is starting with forgotten, not a complete, just a sub part of it. So it is finding an element, one matching node is found. So these are the different ways how you can find it. If you don't want to match the complete text, you can use starts with. So contains, as we already discussed, containing some text. The link is containing some text. Okay, last, what is the last character? You can also specify it. Here this comes the relative. Relative xpath means you're going to give the path. In the input tag you'll find a div, one more div, as we have inspected here. Not exactly this, I can take this one, inspect it. Not this, it's not giving a correct okay, for example, you can just understand this. Here under div 2 there is one more div 1, div 1. So in this way, when you're mentioning the child and the subchilds, okay, that is known as nothing but the relative with absolute. Means you're mentioning the starting point and then mentioning what are the different tags available beyond that. You're finding an input tag with this, under that a div, one more input under that. Means this is a parent and under that you're looking for a child. So in this way also you can specify your, see, it is completely up to a tester in what way he is finding the web element. Okay, so here these are the method, you can say symbols, double slash, asterisk, okay, square bracket, at symbol used for text identification, or okay, then slash, colon, comma. So you will be using these symbols when you're creating, identifying the xpath. So mainly CSS selector is used to find the dynamic objects. It's used to handle the dynamic objects. So we also have discussed the xpath. So xpath is also used to find the dynamic objects as well as CSS. So what is the difference, exact difference between the two? because XPath behaves differently in different browsers. So that is one advantage where you can prefer CSS, where it is faster in execution and does not change on different browsers as you keep on changing the browsers. Okay, so also you can see some more where you can see the explanation about the CSS selector. It's used for automation explicitly to identify the element. So you in this CSS also you have the locators like ID, class name, attribute. You can use contains, start with, ends with. All those locators which we were using in XPath you will find in CSS selector as well. So here you see CSS is much faster and simpler than XPath, especially in the IE browser automation. So you find the tag name. You can use in CSS the tag name, ID, class, attribute, contains, starts with and ends with. So let's discuss each of this method. Now when you are inspecting any element, you especially find in the crow path also you'll find the CSS selector along with absolute and relative XPath. So what about the tag name? If an element is having a tag name, right? Here the tag is input over here, right? So how to create a CSS for it? So this is the syntax. So CSS is equal to the tag name and you need to specify the hash. Hash is mainly used to identify the ID attribute. So hash and then the value of that locator. So for example, you have an ID is equal to email. So then you can make a CSS as input is a tag name. Instead of ID, you use hash and the value of it. So now the XPath, you can say the path of by the CSS would be input hash and the value. This you can take as a input value for your locator CSS selector, right? And then you can pass the data to it. The same way you have a class. Now based on a class, how to find an element? So the syntax for that would be the tag name. The class is identified with a dot, right? And then the value of the class attribute. Okay. Then the attribute itself, when you have any other attribute, how to inspect it? You can use the tag name. Then within square bracket, write the text attribute equals to and the value of the attribute. So for example, here if ID or type or you can say value, those are the attributes. So the particular attribute equals to and the value of it. Okay, so in this way you can find it. Also you can use the starts with. Means if you want to find an element starting with some text, then you can write here, this is the tag name, the locator, and this upper tint is known as an starts with, that indicates a starts with, and the string with what you're going to start with. Similarly, you'll find ends with. Ends with is used with the dollar symbol. So ID is ending with the value ID, the text ID. So we'll just see an example on this. Let's go to the application, inspect any element, and this is a HTML code for that element. And you see in the crow path already there's a relative XPath and absolute XPath and CSS selector. Now how is the CSS selector designed? Hash email. So hash email is the CSS selector. ID, hash indicates ID. See here, if you inspect it manually, it's ID is equal to email. ID is email. So it is replacing ID with hash and the value of that is email. So I can take this element for inspecting the web element. So copy it. And when you're using any automation tool, just for example, I'm just writing here, how do you specify it? So you find when you're working in your on project, you find some locators or identification is done using CSS selector. So you say here driver. So here we are going to pass by dot, and here you find a CSS selector, and here you need to provide the string, the content, whatever you have. And to this web element, whatever the web element we have, this is a locator value for the text box. Here I can send the data, send keys, whatever the data. So this is how you can use a CSS selector, and this is a manner by using other methods like ID, class name, locator, you can create the value. So XpathX is nothing but a tool, a plugin which is available for different browsers. You can add XpathX for Firefox and Chrome as well. So what is the purpose of this XpathX is? It is useful for creating an XPath for your web element. Okay, so you can first of all you need to configure this Xpath for your browser and then try to use it. So for adding to the browser, you can just go to the Google and say download XpathX for Chrome browser. You can just, then you get the XpathX here, just click over it. You need to, already XpathX is available to my Chrome browser, so it is asking me to remove. Else when you try it, you will say add to Chrome. Just click over it. It will say, do you want to install it? Say yes, install. And if it asks you to restart, just restart it, so that your browser would be just closed and reopened. So once done, you will find this icon. This is a XpathX icon. So this indicates it's properly configured. Now how to use the XpathX is, you will find the XpathX so when you're inspecting any element, when you inspect any element, you want the XPath of this inspected element. So what you can do, on the right side, if you don't see here the styles computed here, the Xpath, just click on this arrows, and under that you'll find a Xpath. Just select it. Now this is your Xpath, which is having the selectors, and this is a text box where the XPath would be selected. So with XpathX, you can get relative XPath, absolute XPath, and CSS as well. So whichever XPath you have got, when you just click on this icon, that selected XPath would be displayed over here. Okay, this is your absolute XPath, and this is a CSS of the inspected element. I want to inspect another element. This is your second element which we have inspected. Now these are the locators, right? Path, XPath. This is the relative, absolute, and CSS. So in this manner, you can use XpathX while creating the XPath. How to automate the checkboxes? So checkbox is also one of the web element from the applications. You find these checkboxes in most of the applications where you need to apply some filtration or some options to be selected. You can use these checkboxes. Now you can understand this with an example. You can check with the application Amazon where you have, if you want to apply some filtration for your search, you'll find the checkboxes. So going to the amazon.in. So in the search, so I would enter some keyword to the search, for example, phones, and I would click on the search button. You would display the products, and here on the right side you find you can filter the products as well. Based on the specifications, you can filter it. Suppose I'm clicking on this option. So based on that filtration, you'll find the required products. So this we are going to try to automate using the checkbox. So first, initially, once after launching the application, we would enter the product in the search bar and click search. We are creating a new class here, checkbox, with the main method. And here we are trying to launch the application, and the application will be Amazon. So take the URL, now you need to inspect the search bar where you enter the product. So right click, inspect. So based on the available locators, you need to find the element. So here it is an input tag having text, ID, value, name. So I think ID would be fine here to inspect it. So taking the ID value, let's say driver.find. by.id, the value, and we are going to send some keyword to it. So send keys, the data, the keyword is phones. Okay, after this you're going to click on this search button. So inspect this search. It's an input tag, type is equal to submit. So you can create an xpath for this, or directly take the type is equal to submit. Here the xpath is value is equal to go. So we're trying to inspect it once. Driver.find, by.xpath, and the action would be click action. Now in the application, after entering the phones and clicking on the search, it would take some time to display the products. So we can give some time duration, thread.sleep, maybe 1500 milliseconds. Handle the exception of interruption exception, and then once after clicking on here, you find the filtration. You can select any, just right click, inspect it. And if you observe, this is an input tag for the filter, which is placed under a label, and that label is under a div. Okay, and that div is under a span, one more span, and that span is in turn under a list. Means you find as I'm moving the mouse, different filter options are selected, checkboxes. They are the list placed under a div, that all together. Now I want to select on this 2.2 to 2.4 gigahertz. So this is that option. You can take an xpath of this. This is the xpath. And find the element and do a click action. So here we are just driver.find by dot the xpath, and this is the element which we are going to select. So dot click action. You can just run the code. So here the objective is to understand how to find the attributes of any web element. It can be either radio button, checkbox, doesn't matter. We need to understand the relative HTML code for it. So once the application is launched, it has to enter the search product. And go for the filter option. It got clicked. And this is your required search. Okay. So that's how you can automate the application. How to work with drop-down web elements. So in most of the applications you find these drop-downs where you have a provision of selecting some value under the displayed list. So for that reason we can go to an application and let's create a class in the Eclipse. With the main method, and here you need to include the code of launching the browser with the URL. So on the application, so here on this application you find here the drop downs for date selection. Here this drop down is selecting a particular day among ranging from, there's a text day and the values are ranging from 1 to 31 days. So from this list you can select one particular value that gets displayed in this drop down. The same way according to for the months as well, where text is there, the different months are selected, and similarly for the years as well. So these are the drop downs. Now we'll try to inspect the drop down. So first you need to inspect this drop down element. So just right click and say inspect. So it will display the HTML code of that particular web element. Let's inspect it. That's okay. Yeah. So it is showing a select tag. Okay, it's showing a select tag where having the attributes that's a name, ID, title, okay, and the class attribute, class value. So within this select tag you find the different values under it, means the options, having a tag options and the values, that's a day, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. Okay, so now you need to inspect the select tag and then select the values within it. So you can inspect this value based on ID. ID is equal to day. You can take the day and find an element initially. So driver.find dot find element, by dot, the inspected locator was an ID and the value of it. Now this is nothing but a web element. We will pass it to a variable. Suppose day is a variable. Just import the required imports needed. Now we need to, as it is a tag, is a select tag. Here you see select tag. Under this select you have many options within it. Okay, so I need to create an object for the select class. So select, I say d1 is an object, equals to new select. And when you're selecting up, you need an object to select the options under this day. So pass this day variable web element to this select class. Now import the select. It's importing from Selenium support UI. Once the object is ready, now you can select any particular value directly. Suppose I want to select the value, any of this value, okay, from these options. So this is what right now selected is 1. Okay, so I can use here the object name we have created, that is d1 dot. You find here the methods of used with the select class, that is deselect all, select by, deselect by index, right, as well as now we need for select. Now you have 3 options: select by index, select by value, select by visible text. I'll show you all the 3. I'll take select by index. The index position may be at the 3rd index, whatever is the value of value, select it. d1 dot select by value. You need to give the value of it. Suppose I say it's a string input 2. Whatever is the value matching 2, select it. d1 dot select by visible text. Right now we'll check what is the visible text and then we'll inspect, try to mention it. Now if you go here, in this option you have a value attribute, value 0, value 1, value 2, value 3. So I've selected value 2, which is in double quotes. Okay, and that is what value 2. Index, as you know, the first, the second, third, that's the index position it selects. And what is meant by visible text? Visible text is something if you're having the data as a text format, like suppose day is a text, 1 is a text, 2 is a text, 3 is a text. So this day I want to pass it, I want to select based on it. So it is a string, select the day. So we'll try to execute one by one. I'm just commenting the rest too and run this code. The third index should be selected. Now from the drop down, the value 3 got selected. So the 3 is nothing but the index at the third. Index 3 we have selected, right? Index 3, this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So 3 got selected. The same manner, if I take a value, wherever value 2 is there, that would be executed. And after selecting, I want the text out of it. So I can write sysout. What is the day locator? That's a day. Day dot. I can use get attribute of that value. I want the data present in the attribute value. Run it. The locator value, whatever it is containing, that would be selected. And that was actually 2 we have passed. And you see, whatever is the attribute, that content displayed over the drop down, that's a get attribute value. And the third, gets visible text day means while execution it will select the day option, right? Like if I select here, day will come. So that is what would be the output for the third option. Okay, so these are the different ways how you can select directly a particular value. Now suppose if a requirement is I want to select one by one all the value from that list. So what I have to do? I have to collect all these options values and put it into one list, to a variable, all these options. And then with the help of a for loop, pick one by one and display it. Get it? On the console of your Eclipse. So what I do to collect all the values from this list, from this drop down, what I have to use? I have to use a method get options. So how are you going to refer to those all the options? You have an object d1, right? So you can say d1 dot, there's a method here, get options, which is going to give you the web elements, multiple web elements. So you'll put it in a list. List of web element. You'll name that list as suppose dd. Import from Java util. Now you want to know total how many values are there web elements in this dd. You can write sysout dd dot size. That will display you the count. Okay, that's about the count. Now if I want to execute them in a for loop, so I can declare a for loop, declare a variable starting with 0 and a condition where it should stop. It should stop at the size, right? So this dd dot size itself is going to give you the count. So you can pass it to a variable or use the variable, else directly you can say dd dot size. That would give you the count of web elements to be moved on. Then you keep on incrementing the loop. Now when you're within the loop, what we have to do? You have to go to each option. You have to go to each option and get the value and display. Second option, get the value. I won't click because if I click, this list would disappear. So I won't click. I'll just keep on next. I'll take and try to display it. So to get this value and try to display, we'll be using a method get text, right? So as these values, all values are present in this dd, so dd dot get to a particular value, as it is moving from the very first value, that is 0, which is referred with y. So get to I and dot get text, get text string output. So this string you can display it, okay. And suppose if you want to click over it, click the each and every, if I say click, it will just click, okay. That value gets clicked. Suppose if I say dd dot get of that I, and if I want I can click also. You can just run this. So you see all the values are just got clicked, 1 2 3 4. You can put some time period, okay, and you find the on the console also they got displayed here. The count was there, total, the how many elements are there, 32. It starts with the day 1 2 3 4 up till 31, okay. So this is how you can work with the drop downs. So let's understand how to work with radio buttons, because you find in some applications to select some gender or some options you find radio buttons available. So for example, like on a Facebook application where you're creating an account, you need to select the gender, right, female or male. So you can select only one option out of these two radio buttons, right. That means you can if one is selected, the other should be disabled, or if one is enabled, the other should be disabled. That means these two radio buttons are grouped together under one section, so out of which only one option will be selected. So let's understand how to inspect and what are the attributes of it. And each radio button has a label as well. So first radio button has a label female and the second has male. So I would just inspect the first one, inspect it. You find here it's an input tag. It's an input tag. You have some attributes, that's a type, radio, name is equal to sex, value 1, ID is U09. Along with this radio button, there's a label below that's having a text label, that's a female, right? And these two radio button and the label are placed under a span having some class attributes. So there are two spans. As I move my mouse to the first span, it is selecting the female option from the application, and the second one the male. And these two spans are placed under one more span here having some class. See, I'm moving to this span here. The complete options of female and male are got selected. Under that, two spans are there, each span holding the radio and its label. Hope that's clear. So now I would take this input tag having, suppose now I need to collectively find these two radio buttons because they are grouped together, right? So which is that common property for these two radio buttons to consider or to find? So if you check the attributes here, you have IDs are different. Here it is U09 and the second for male it is U0A. They're different. So this will not help us. And if you go for the value, here value is 1 and here it is 2. So you can rely on name, so where the value is same, sex is the value. So if I inspect the element with this attribute, two elements will be identified. One is the male and the female. So I would take this attribute and go to the Eclipse. Here we are going to create a class. Create a new class over here. Suppose I say the class name is radio with a main method to this, and here we are going to automate this class. So we need to launch the application. So as anyways we are into the Facebook only. Now we need to find those two elements with this value. Name is equal to this value. So driver dot, we saw find element, it's to find a single element. Now we need to find multiple elements. So take the method find elements with some locator, and this method is going to give you web elements, multiple. So I'll store it into a list. So list is one form, is from the collection concept of Java, where list can hold multiple duplicate elements as well. So the elements where the list is going to hold is the web elements. So take this method. So by dot, it's a name, and here is the name of the value which we are inspecting, and the output of this method is nothing but a list. I would store it into you can say gender is the variable name. As this variable is having many values, that's a list, and the list is holding web elements. Okay, web element. Now import the web element and import the list also. When you're importing the list, two imports you find: import from java.awt and java util. Always go for java util package. Now your gender is having two radio buttons. If you want to verify whether how many elements are there, you can take this gender, that's your web element, dot, you find a method size. You can just check here. Size. So size method gives you the count, how many elements are there in that variable, integer output, and the size can be used with a variable of type list. That is going to give you a count, so I can store it into a variable cnt, and as it is returning an integer type, declare cnt to integer. Now you can display the count, how many web elements are there in this our cnt, right? So when you run this code, it will display you two web elements. Okay, so next is, now I need to select one after another the radio button. You have two, right? So you can implement now the for loop of Java concept. Now if one radio button is not selected, then select it. If that is my requirement, then what I can do, I can first we'll go with a for loop. The syntax for, I can declare any variable integer I starting with 0, right? And then you need to give the condition, that's I reaching to the count. Once this count is done, your for loop should stop. So reaching to the count and the increment. Please. Now inside this for loop, you are trying to implement the code. Now what is that code? You need to keep on clicking on every web element. Means click on the first female radio button and then male radio button. So as the radio buttons are present in this gender variable, I can take here the variable dot. There is a method known as a get to that index. First initially I is to 0, so it has to go to according to I value. So get index, get to that web element. As I is moving to 0, it will go to the first 0th web element and If you want to click over it, you can click, or you want to know the text, get text of that web element. As it is written in the text, I can save it into a string variable txt, and we can display here the text as well. After displaying the text, you need to click on that web element. So here I can mention gender dot go to that, get to that I value, and dot click action. Okay, so in this case what happens, first it will try to identify the female radio button and click over it, get the text out of it initially, print it and click. Then I will increment, means go to the next web element, right? So when you go to the next web element, it's a male, right? So automatically this loop should execute once again. But before every looping you want to wait for certain time period, then you can use thread dot sleep. That's you're giving a wait time period before going to the next looping. So maybe 1000 milliseconds we can provide. Exception handling while. Okay, so now you can just run the code and check. You can observe the radio buttons. First female will be selected because, and then male. After that count is over, all the web elements are done, it stops the looping. So you can observe here the male and female. First female, wait period, then male. Done. Okay, and if you observe the here, this is your output. Okay, so this is how you can use the for loop. Web alerts, which you also find window alerts as well. And to handle these alerts, we are going to use the following methods: switch to, accept, and dismiss. So alerts are something like a pop-up which are appearing on your applications or desktop when you're handling your any of the tools or uploading files. So those are nothing but alerts or pop-ups, where you find some acceptance or cancellation options along with it. So coming to the alerts, there are two types: web alerts and window alerts. The pop-ups or alerts you find when you're working with web application, they are termed as web alerts, and the same notifications when you find using some Windows application, uploading files sort of thing, they are known as window alerts. Now here, but the window alerts can't be handled with Selenium WebDriver. You need to use different tools for it, Auto IT or Seculi sort of thing, that we'll be discussing later. So today in this session we'll be working with web alerts. So we're working with web alerts. We need to use a method that is a switch to, because you need to switch your control from your application to the pop-up. So this method will help us. Then you need to perform certain operations over it. The reason is because on the alert there you find two options, either accepting or ignoring or dismiss. So a method to accept or click OK is nothing but accept method. It's equivalent to clicking on the OK button. And dismiss is a method which is helpful for clicking on the cancel button over the notification. But in some alerts you find only one option, OK. So in that case you can use either method, that is dismiss or accept. And also you find some text is displayed over the pop-up. If you want to get the text, you can use the method get text. Okay, and also you can, if you want to enter some data to the fields available over the pop-ups, we can use send keys method to send the data. So let's see an example, practical aspect of it. So we are just creating a new package. Let's create a new package here. So in this package, we are creating a class for alert handling with a main method, and we need to launch the application where you may find some alerts. So here we are going to take any booking site where alerts may appear. So I'm taking a redbus.in. So in this application, if without entering any source and the destination from and to, if I click on search bus, or else you can take some other URL, ksrtc.com. Okay, let's take this URL. So in this URL, you find here the booking, leaving from and coming to. If you don't provide any details to it and click on search for bus, this is my pop-up. This is a pop-up having only one option, okay, there's no cancel here. So you can use either method, accept or dismiss. And there's also text available over this alert. Please select start date. This is a text. So now the control, I can't do any actions on my applications unless I close this alert pop-up. So I have to click on OK, then only my control will come back to the main page. Okay, so now what we have to do after login to the application, we need to click on this search bus button. So we need to inspect it. So here you find it's a button having some class attribute, submit, on click. So we can take an xpath for this. It's a button, type is equal to submit. Driver.find. By dot xpath and the path. We need to make a click action over it, and to display the pop-up it needs some time. So we would take a thread.sleep, maybe some 2000 milliseconds, handle the exception. So once the pop-up is displayed, if you click over it, the pop-up displays. I want the text. So to switch to the pop-up, so we have here driver dot, there is a method switch to. You can switch to an alert. Switch to the alert. After switching to the alert, you need, these are the methods belonging to the alert class: accept, dismiss, get text. Now as it is going to provide a text, I can pass it to a variable or string and display the text. Okay, so this would, if you run the code now, Let me run it once again. So after launching the application, alert, and text has to be picked from this alert. And you see, this is a text. Please select the start date. Now I need to click on the button as well. Once it gets the text, it has to click on the button so that it comes back to the application. So, but button don't have any attributes. If you click right click also, you will not find any attributes for the button. So what I have to do, I would say driver dot switch to the alert and click on accept. That's nothing but OK button. As here you have only one option, you can use either accept or dismiss, either it's okay. But you can also do some validation. If the text displayed over the alert is please select start date, then only click on accept, because it can be any text, right? It can be any text. If the text displayed over the alert is please select start date, then only click on the accept. So I can write if condition. If the text which you have picked from the application is in this variable, if the data present in this variable, if it is equal to, these are the string methods where I can compare the content equals, when the content is equal to and what I am expecting with my expected text, double quotes. If it is equal to this content, then click on the accept button and say this out correct correct alert appeared, just for our understanding. Also you can write an else invalid alert, and at last you want to close the browser, driver dot okay. Now once you run this, so based on the text of validation which we have done, it will go to the if condition, click on OK, display the text and close the browser. So displayed, button is clicked, closed. So you see here this out correct alert is displayed, means it is executing the if block, not the else. So this is how you can automate the web alerts or pop-ups. What is XPath access? It's nothing but one approach. So it is an approach to find an XPath for some complex and dynamic web elements. You can find an XPath based on the preceding web elements, ancestors, parent, the child, the following, right, the siblings. These are the different XPath options or types available. So we'll discuss each one, like what is meant by preceding. Okay, so preceding is nothing but this is one approach where you can find the all the web elements before the current web element or before the current node. So before preceding all the before web elements before the current web element that you can find using preceding. So the syntax would be whatever your xpath of your current element, and you need to specify preceding and the colons and asterisk. Asterisk will give you all the preceding web elements before that. Okay. Similarly, ancestor. Ancestor is something where you can find all the parents and grandparents of the current tag, all the ancestors. Okay, and this is the following syntax to it. Then you can see the just adjacent parent to the current node. You can get it with the parent ancestor. You can say the xpath access. Preceding siblings means just the siblings of the current node, not all the ancestors. Within the parent node, all the siblings before your current sibling you can find with this sibling. You can say the preceding siblings. The child, this is used to find all the child nodes of the parent identified node. Here you have a descendant. So all this will use it or will find it when practically demonstrated. Followings are something if you want to check or find all the you can say the current, whatever the current node you have found, you want to see all the following web elements to it. After the ending of the current web element, you want to see all the following web elements nodes. You can use this following. In that following siblings you have, it returns all the siblings after the tag of the current node. Once you close the tag, whatever the siblings are there, following siblings, it will identify. So in this manner, we will be understanding these, how to find these xpaths. So you can go to any application. Now I want to find, so let's inspect this web element. Now this is the locators of the current web element. Let's go to the crow path. And this is the relative xpath and the absolute xpath. Now we need to just get the ancestors of this found web element text box. So this is your normal xpath. So in case if this xpath is not helping us to find this web element, I want to find this web element based on its ancestors. So I can use the syntax / tag name, the attribute name and its value, and then use the ancestor colon, and if you want to find all the ancestors, give an asterisk. /ancester, that's right. TOR, ancestor. Yeah, so if any syntax error, it will be turned to red, that indicates an syntax error. Now I'm just clicking here, you find here 14 matching nodes, means there are 14 ancestors to this text box, who are the parents, grandparents and so on. So you can find them all below here. What are those 14 grandparents or the ancestors? And also on the application you find them all selected. This Facebook text is there, email, password, this complete, okay, everything, these all are the ancestors. Okay, so this is one way of finding the ancestor. Now you want to find a child to this text box. So I can use a syntax here, instead of ancestor, child. Find the child to this text box. there are no childs to this web element, this text box. Okay, in that case we can find, inspect this, and here we'll try to find the child. There are 32 childs, means 32 sub elements are there in this drop down. What are those 32 childs which are displayed over here? All the options from the days 1 to 31 days and 1 day option. So total 32 childs. So this is an xpath based on the child details. You are finding the current node, right? Now you have a descendant as well, which returns the child, grandchild of a current node, means internal sub elements as well. So there you can use the descendant, ds DANT, all the childs and grandchilds. So still there are no sub elements, grandchilds to this current node, so they are still 32. Okay, so in this manner you can create your, using the xpath access concept, the xpath for inspecting the web element. As we know, following is there, following, so it will give you, it's giving you 304, means which are those sub elements or web elements after this drop down. So you can find from the application, there are all this, everything whatever you see, all are the followers of it. There are 304 web elements. Okay, you want to find the current parent of the current node. It's itself, this is the parent, the complete, the day, month and a year, that is a parent for this inspected day web element. Okay, and you have a preceding as well. So preceding will give you all the elements before that, grandparents, parents, each and everything of that particular web element. So first understand what is meant by actions class. So action is a built-in class in Selenium WebDriver, where it includes many more methods, as one of them is nothing but move to element. You have a click method, double click, click and hold, dragging, keyword related actions, release method, send keys, and many more. So these actions class will be used in some special scenarios where you want to drag some element to certain destination, okay, where you want to right click over it or double click over it, which is not possible with our normal web element methods. And the next method, that is a build, will be used to build build multiple methods as a single sequence. For example, I want to go to a particular element, then select it, then right click over it and select the third element. So these multiple steps will be formed as one step in a sequence and executed with the help of build method. And the last one is a perform, where it is used to execute the currently pointed web element action. So perform method is used for executing the actions, and build is used to combine all the sub actions into one sequence of action. So build and perform you can use together on a single web element. But before using all these methods, you need to create an object for actions class. So let's see, understand what is this move to element method. So in case whenever you inspect any element and you want to move the control to a particular web element, you can use this method move to element, move to the element which is already inspected. So before using this method, we need to create an object for the actions class, the class name, object, new actions, and pass the driver instance to which the application has been refer. Then you can, after moving to that inspected element, you're trying to build it in a one single sequence of step and then executing it with the help of perform. Now similarly, you can move the element based on x and y coordinate as well. For that you have a method that is move by offset, give an x and y position. So you can get the x and y value with the using the method get location of a particular x and y coordinate. So let's see practically how to implement this code. So getting to the Eclipse, we are creating a new class. Write the class name as move to. Now here on the Facebook, to log into the username and password, we can get the properties of it. So as usual, you can find an element based on its the required locator. So id is the value. We say driver.find by.id and the value of the id, and this is a web element, username. The same manner we will find the password as well. Driver.find id is passed over here. Okay, now also I can identify the button attributes. I can take this login text ID. So 3 web elements we have found it. Now we can create an actions class object. So you can create here as well. First, as we are implementing the actions class, yes, it is the object name, new actions, and pass the reference of your driver here. Import the actions class from Selenium interactions package class. Your actions. Once action object is there, Now we will not go to this particular web element and send keys. We'll use an actions class. So the object name is act dot. We have many methods, like as we discussed, build, click on the web element, click and hold, okay, context click, double click, dragging. So we are looking for a method that is move to element, the element web element already identified. The web element which we have found is unm, so it will go to this web element, and then I want to give some send keys, the data given at gmail.com. This is the test data. Now similarly, the act dot move to element, that's our password, and then dot send keys, test is the password. Now if I don't want to directly go to the login button, I can use move to offset as well, but for that I need to get the x and y coordinate of this log, right? So this identified web element dot, you have here get location, the log web element dot get location dot, I want the x coordinate, so it is a point method which is going to return you an integer value, get x coordinate. So as it is returning an integer, I can save it to a variable. Suppose you can take any variable name x. The same way, log dot get location, I want the y coordinate of it, integer value, pass it to a variable of y. Now this x and y, I can use it act dot move to offset, where you need to give an integer input, offset of x and y. That's nothing but x, and this is y. So after going to this, I need to click over it, right? So dot click action, and this click action has to be executed, right? Has to be executed. So what I do, I build all the steps, moving to the element and then clicking over it. So 2 steps are done. So I have to build those 2 steps into one sequence. So build dot perform. So this is one action. And also similarly, moving to that web element, sending data, and you have to execute these 2 steps again. So dot build and dot perform. The same way here, dot build and perform. Okay, so this is what is our automation we have done. Let's execute and check whether it is going to the respective web elements and doing the action. So it has to move to the email text box. It's loading. It's going to the first name. So the driver dot find element id is equal to email. It's not working here. It's going to this first name. Inspect it. Let us check here. Let me take an xpath for this. Okay, it's taking let me edit it because it's taking a value. So instead of value, we'll make it to ID. So input tag having ID is equal to email. Okay, it is identifying it. Let's take this xpath for here. Not xpath. Let's run this. So as you see, the cursor is by default in the first name text box. So it is entering over there. So let's move the cursor initially to here and then enter the data. So what we can do here, before entering to this attribute, unm dot click. In case if this is failing, we have to edit the script by taking some other locators. Let's stop and run the code once again. So here we have executed it, so it's passing the data to the fields. So that is how we can do the move to element. So in actions class you have a method double click, so you can use it along with the actions class object and then build and perform. So you can also move to element and double click the element or inspect the element in the double click method and may make the required performing of the execution of the statement. So we'll just understand with the help of an example. So you can take any other application, maybe like Amazon application, where you have a sign-in functionality. So you can take any button from here or the link. Okay, I'm just taking this sign-in of the Amazon and just double clicking. As soon as we double click, let it load. So it is going to the sign-in page. So this implementation you can perform. First we will do a mouse over to this web element with the help of actions class and then perform a double click. So going to the Eclipse, create a new class. With the main method. And first we need to inspect the sign-in. this is the link. This span is something you're signing. Okay, you can take the text over the link, or you can also go with the xpath. This is xpath. So I will take this xpath and find the element initially. So driver dot find by dot in the xpath. So this we would save it to a variable web element. Sign in. Import the required from Java Selenium. And here first we'll create an actions class object. ACT is the object, new actions, where driver instance has to be passed, and also import the actions from the Selenium. Now with this driver, actions object, ACT dot, you need to move to that element initially. So we can call the method move to web element, inspected web element, which is in the variable sign in, and then we will do a double click. So you have a click, just context click and also double click. So after moving to the element, we are double clicking and build and perform. Okay, so you can just run this code. So first it has to do a mouse over, move to that element. So move to the element is done, and then double click. Once double clicked, it is to the login page, sign up page. So this is about the double click. Also you can use the double click directly. ACT dot double click on the web element directly. That web element is sign in and build and perform. So this also works the same manner. Just it goes to that element and double clicks and executes. So using these two methods, you can find the element initially, move to it or double click, or directly double click on the inspected element. So this is all about this understanding this method of actions class. So as usual, we can use this method with the object of actions class. First you can move to the element and then do a right click, context click, and execute it, or directly you can move to the element and do the context click. So we'll see a practically how to implement. So the same Amazon application we can take as we have executed in a previous example. I would go to this element, move to this element and do a right click. Okay, this is a right click. So instead of creating a class, we can edit here itself. I can use here. Already we have inspected a sign in option and a ACT object. So ACT dot, we can say move to element initially, move to the element sign in, and then do the context click. Context click or context click on the web element also you can perform. Dot build and dot perform. Now once you run the code, so once after loading the page, first it will mouse over, move to that particular inspected web element and then right click. Move to and right click. So this is how you can implement. And if you don't want to initially move to element, you can also use ACT dot context click on the web element, that is a sign in. So context click on this, and you can directly perform as well, because we don't have many actions to be executed, only context click and then you have to just execute, so no need of build. So this also will execute the same manner. Actions method, that's a dragging and dropping. So this method implementation, this functionality can't be implemented with a simple WebDriver method, so we use actions method, that's a dragging and dropping. So where you want to drag one particular web element and drop in some other location, we can go for this method. The syntax can be drag and drop. You need to specify the location, the element to be picked and dropped with the help of actions class object. Also, you can specify the x and y coordinate by taking the integer value of x and y location of an web element and implement it. Now we'll see a practical how to implement this dragging and dropping. We can go for, there's a site known as a jqueryui.com. So in this I'm going to the droppable section. Now if you observe here in this application, there are two text boxes, text areas, which you can drag it and place over the destination. So source is movable, destination is fixed. You can drag it and leave it on the source where the text would change like dropped. Okay, so this is what we are implementing. But these two elements are placed under a square circular box surrounded by an area that's nothing but a frame. Okay, so frame is again a small HTML code placed over the actual main HTML code. So first you need to point to the frame and then to these two web elements. So let's implement it. So create a new class. Drag and main method, in which you are taking this URL. So first we need to point to this frame, but to get the properties of the frame you can inspect any element within. So this is the element, drag me, just move upward to find a frame tag. So here you see the frame tag is iframe, having a source and a class, that's it. So now you can create an xpath for this. So it's having here the iframe, having based on the class the xpath is formed. So first we can move to that frame. So to implement move to frame, we can say here driver dot find element by dot, here the tag name, that's a tag name, right? So we can inspect based on the tag name, that is iframe. The tag name iframe. This way also we can implement. Okay, and after finding the element we can say switch to that frame. Okay, switch to that frame. So here driver dot switch to method we have already discussed in our last session. Switch to the frame. You can also specify the index position. Okay, so but to switch to the frame it would take some time, so we'll apply a thread dot sleep, suppose 1000 milliseconds, handle the exception. Now after moving to the frame, now we can inspect the source and the destination. The source web element is this. Here the text is the text is available. I can go with the xpath here. So it is containing drag me to the target, or like I can take this draggable as the target element id draggable. Based on this also I can find an element here, driver.find by.id and the draggable. So this element will save it to a variable source. The same manner, inspect the target. The target is having droppable. So two elements we have found. Now we have to just create an actions class here. New actions where driver instance will be passed. Import the actions class. Now this using the ACT object, we have a method known as drag and drop the source and to the destination. The source src and this is the target. So after dragging and dropping, we want to perform, means execute it. You can just run the code. So first it has to point to the frame and then the elements within it. So if you don't identify the frame, your elements won't be inspected or found on the web element. So it has been dropped on the target. Now as soon, this is one part. If I want to validate whether it is successfully dropped or not, if it is dropped, the text is modified to dropped, right? We can do this validation as well. Going ahead for validation, I would say that if the text over the destination, the web element is tgt target tgt dot get text. If the text present on the target web element, if it is equal to, or you can say contains or matches, anything you can take, matches with our dropped with exclamatory. If true, then we can display some statements sysout saying successfully dropped, so that you can validate it. So now it has to identify the frame and it stopped executing. No details about it, but execution has been stopped. Dropped and verified, and you see the successfully dropped text message. So this is how you can drag an element from one location to another. So this keys is an enumerated class which takes the instructions from your keyboard equivalent to the keyboard actions like key down, key up, control key, enter key. You can give any character, control V, copy, paste. So these all actions can be implemented with this class of keys. So here you can use the send keys, keys down, enter. All these actions can be performed. We'll see one example how we can control as we do a copy paste. Control C and control V. So that we'll try to implement here. Like I will just take here the application new tools, new tools demo AUT. Coming. Okay, now I'll just create a class. Keys and with the main method, and here we'll take this URL. Now first we need to do a login. This username attributes are, it's a name attribute, username. So driver dot find by dot name attribute and the value. So I would enter the data directly here. Send keys is the username, but before that I'll create an actions class again. Where driver instance now what is our requirement is, now whatever data I have entered to this username, the same data I need to copy it. Okay, the data which I am entering to the username field, I need to copy it. As right now my cursor is at the end, I have to click here and control, as I have to say control C. I have to click here. I have to select it initially. For selecting I say control A, it's selected, then control C. Okay, and then go to the password field and paste it. This is what our functionality is. So now initially I have to say control A for selecting it and then copy it. So that's the reason we'll be using now keys action here. If I want, I'll just save this to a web element uname. Now the ACT Okay, here I can't pass the data directly. Okay, we can do one thing. Directly we can say act dot, okay, fine. Okay, fine, let's keep like this. Act dot, I need to click on this button, this text area, and then say Control A. So for that I'm taking the method click on a web element. So web element, I can directly pass the variable or this process of identifying the web element, it's one and the same. Then I would give the action Control A, so I can put a dot, okay, or down also I can continue it. In the next line again dot, there's an action key down, where I need to pass the class keys dot, keys dot control. Okay, keys dot control. Then control, I have to say Control A, right? So dot, you have a send keys, coming here, keys dot control is of type keys, yes. And then dot, you want to send keys again, what we have to enter a character A, Control A. So after giving Control A, you need to say C, Control C. It's already, Control is still pressed, we have said A, and now Control C. So now it has been copied, and I need to release the control keyword. So I can take this keys up. Now it is not keys down, you have a method known as a keys up, means you are releasing the control key. After releasing the control key, I need to go and click on the password field, that is name is equal to password, dot click on the web element, that is with the driver dot find by dot name and the value. So going and clicking on the password field, and there keys down, again Control V we have to give, keys down, keys dot, again you have to give here control dot send keys, that's Control C, sorry Control V, you're pasting it. So after giving the Control V, you have to release the, here is it, keys up, you have to release the control. Okay, now all these actions you have to build them, all these actions you have to build and then perform. Okay, so control copying and pasting. So we'll just run it and check whether the data is copying. So the data entered to the first field is copied and pasted into the second field. Now further you can just automate the sign in button and do the click action. Okay, so this is all about working with the actions methods. Reading the data from an external resource is very important in our automation testing, where the data is stored in a dot properties extension file. Earlier we have already discussed the data reading from a text file. So the limitation with the text file was you need to read the data line by line. You can't randomly go to any particular line and read the file. You have to start with the starting point and reach up till the end point of the file. So to overcome that limitation, if you want to read the data randomly from any location, you can use the properties file. Now in the properties file, the data is stored in the form of a key and a value pair. You have a certain key and a value associated to it. Okay, so let's first of all create a property file and then write a script to read it. So for creating a properties file, I just use a notepad. As we know, the data is stored in the form of key and a value. We can use different keys, maybe like relating to the session we'll use. Suppose name is a key. Okay, course is a key, time factor is a key. Okay, and you can say a course. Okay, I'll write as a subcourse. Subcourse is another category. So here we have different keys available where the values can keep on changing. Name of a student can be anything. You can edit it, but name, the key would be fixed, right? The name doesn't change, the meaning of name doesn't change, but the values can keep on changing. Course, that's a generic term where the course can be Oracle, testing, automation, UFT, anything. Subcourse, the time factor may change, like the name, maybe the name is a student 1. The course is testing. The subcourse is Selenium, and the timing is something you can say 8 p.m. and IST. This is what the different data we have, and these are the keys and the values. So we'll save this as a properties file. Save, select all files. I'm placing it on the desktop, so I say stud.properties extension, save it. This is a properties file in the edit mode. You see this is the data, right? So now coming to the Eclipse, we'll create a new class where I would say read properties main method. First step, you need to create an object so that you can refer the properties file. So creating an object for the properties class. P capital properties, the object name is suppose P1 new properties. This is the object created. You need to import the properties from Java util package. Once object is available, you need to read the data from a file location, your properties file. So as you need to read the data, you have to use a class file input stream. It's again a built-in class in Java, file input stream class. So create an object for it. File input stream, the object name new file input stream, and here you need to pass the input, that's a file location, where is your properties file, as a string input. So the properties file is on the desktop. Go to the properties on the desktop of C drive. It's stud.properties extension. Okay, make into /. Okay, now import the file input stream from Java IO package, handle the exceptions, declare the throw. Now your FIS is there. Now using the different methods from the properties class, you can read the data. So P1 dot, you need to actually load the data, complete data from the properties file, right? So we have here a method known as a load. Load the data with the help of file input stream object. Okay, this method. So that's the FIS object. During loading, handle the exception, IO exception. Once loading is completed, you can read randomly any key. So sysout system.out.println p1.get property by giving the key. Now what are the keys? As you have a property file, I can read randomly any key. Randomly I want to read a course is a key. That's a input is a string course. Next I want to read a name. The time, and the next one subcourse. Okay, so this is how you can read a data randomly from a properties file. So run it. So the values are testing for the course property, key, name, the timing, and so on. So this is how we read a data from by only 3 lines of code: properties class object, input stream object, load it, and with the help of get method get the data. So here we are going to understand how to read a data from a text file. So first of all, we need to understand what is the necessity of reading the text file is. When you do an automation, actually we don't hard code the data in the script. We try to supply or provide the data from an external input sources, maybe the text file or an Excel sheet, or even from databases. So let's understand what is that, how to implement, how to write a code to read the data, maybe character by character or mostly line by line. We try to read it from the external file or the text file. So for that, first of all, we need to follow certain steps. You need to create a notepad, a text file with some data which you want to read. Then you need to write a script, a JavaScript, where first point is locating the text file, the pull path, and then we need to implement the code of reading line by line into and displaying. Okay, so let's I'll write here some lines of code. I say this is Selenium automation. So it is a then I say manual testing, UFT testing. So this is some script or some lines of code. Consider this is our data which we have to read. I save this file in certain location. Maybe I'm just putting it on the desktop. And here I write this as read.text extension. And our project is here. And I would create a simple package here. I write the package name as general package, and let's create a class inside this package. The class is reading text file, read text file with the main method. So here you need to write the code. First point is to point to the location of the text file. So whatever file you locate, I can save. The file is nothing but the path, right? So that I'll save it to a variable. Suppose f path is the variable, and here I assign the path. So that's a text. The file is here. Go to the properties. It's in the C drive, desktop. And the file name is read.txt. Just make sure it's double because Java don't understand single /. So semicolon. As this is a string, make this variable also of string data type. Now the second point is you need to read the data from this file. If you want to read it in the file class, you have a class known as a read buffer. So read buffer is a built-in class which reads the data from this path and stores in an internal buffer so that it can afterwards provide the data line by line. So for that reason, initially you have to create an object for the read buffer class. So buffer reader bu. Suppose bf. As you create an object, buffer reader constructor, and need to provide the path from where to actually read the data. It is in this variable. Pass this as an input. Now once this is done, you are getting a buffer reader cannot be resolved. Sorry, buffered reader. So that's the reason you could not get the import from Java IO. Once after importing, the constructor is undefined. Buffered reader. Sorry, string. Okay, so buffer reader, it is saying it is not able to read the string input. So whatever is the string input, you need to convert into a file reader class. So what I can do here is inside this, create an object for the file reader. You need to read it from the file, right? That's a file location. So file reader, and take this as an input for the file reader class. Import the file reader and handle the exception. Yeah, once the data is read, now you need to actually set your cursor position at the very first line from where you need to actually read it. You should set from the just a second. So you need to set your cursor at this particular position and start reading line by line. So that's the reason I take a string, a variable, to set at a initial position. So I take string start line. This is a variable name from where you need to start. Now you need to start reading the file from the very first line up till the end of the line and then stop. So how will you know that you have reached at the end of the file? For that you have a method. You need to write a condition saying that while so you keep on reading when up till you find a null value in the file. So null value is something once you reach to the end of the line. So whatever the starting position or cursor you have set, so I say start from the current position where whatever the buffer reader you have bf dot, there is a method read line by line up till you are reaching to the null value. Okay, so up till, so you keep on reading continuously up till you don't find a null value. So don't find a null means there is a data in the file. So keep on reading that data and displaying the data. So in the while loop, you're saying throws exception, sys out, whatever the value it is reading. Okay, so that's it. We'll just try to execute it. We'll see what it's the output. Yeah, so whatever the data you have started, it's reading line by line. After this line there is a null value, so your while loop is failed, the condition fails and it comes out of the block. So this is a small line of code where you need to create a buffered reader class object and read the data from that file line by line up till you reach to a null value. Let's understand our next approach of reading data from external source. That's an Excel file. So in our real time we use this Excel file reading max time, most of the time, always. Now you can understand, like, we need to know if you want to read an Excel file, we need to download the jar files for it. The reason, whenever you read a properties file or a text file, you don't need any jars. But for Excel, we need jars. The reason here, the properties file and text file are the built-in components. They come in built with your operating system. But Excel, Word, PowerPoint, they are the external application. Okay, which you got with the Microsoft application. After installation, you get Excel. So to identify these applications, you need to download the respective jar files. So first we'll see how to download the jar files for Excel and add to the project, and then create an Excel sheet with the data and write a script to read the data from the Excel. Okay, so just going to a browser in the Google, you can just search for JXL jar download. Here you have a download version 2.6 jar. You can just click over it. This is your jar file. It's a zip file. Just click over the zip file and then extract it. I'm just saving it to the desktop. So once downloading is completed, I just say show in the folder. This is jar file. You need to extract. For extraction, right click over the file, say extract files, and then select the location where you can extract the jar files. You can just browse where you want to extract. Okay, extract and then say OK. So it will automatically extract. So right now already I have this file. So it is in the downloads folder. In this main folder, I created one subfolder like Excel jar, and after extraction I get this jar file. So this jar file we need to add to our project. So for adding, this is our project, demo is a project. Select the project, right click, go to properties, then you find a Java build path and select the tab of libraries. Here you need to add the JXL. So as JXL is on the desktop, not on exactly desktop, in the downloads folder, external location it is of your system. So select the option add external jars. Then browse to the location where you have extracted. It is in the JXL jar folder, this one. Select and say open, apply and OK. Now you see in the reference libraries, this is a JXL jar file added. Now you can work with the Excel. Now Excel, I just take some 2 columns where I want to save some username and password. I say this as username and next one as a password, and fill the data. The first one as suppose a1 at gmail.com, This is the first set of data, and second one is password is AAA. Here b1@gmail.com, and here B is the data. Similarly C1, I just give some random information. So 3 user credentials we have, and this is I save this file, save it. I'm saving it on the desktop itself. I select the type of Excel extension. I'm taking it to 95 workbook, which extension is .xls, and the name is book1.xls. I just kept it as book1. Okay, just replace it. A new file with book1 is saved here. There's no book1. Where did I save it? Okay, I have one Excel file. I'll just take that Excel file whose name is sample.xls. It's having a username and password, 2 columns, and this is the username password, 3 set of data we have. It's in the sheet. I just give as the sheet as a default, or I can also rename the sheet. Here the name of the sheet is ABC. Okay, so this is also saved on the desktop with the file name as sample.xls. So I would read this location. So now coming the project, create a new class, read Excel with the main method. Now there are certain steps needed to read a Excel file. Is first of all you need to go to the workbook, then to the sheets, and then to the worksheets. Okay, workbook location, and then point to the rows and columns, and then the data within it. So for that you have different classes which you'll get automatically with the help of your jar file, jxl jar. So first step we would write here creating an object for the workbook where it locates the path of the Excel file. So workbook WB is the object, new, you want to get the workbook, right? So WB is equal to workbook dot, you're not creating a new Excel, you're getting it. So get workbook and input is a file location. So the input, whatever you give, it should be of type of file. So create an object of file type, file, and then give the path of the Excel over here. So our Excel path is on the desktop, sample, XLS. Okay, import the file. There are many imports, just observe and import it. Import Java IO package. So once semicolon, and once workbook object is okay, there's an exception handling, buffer exception. Once workbook is referred, then you need to go to the sheet. So create an object for the sheet class, sheet sh is equal to, on the workbook you're going to a particular sheet. So you have two methods here, get sheet integer, get sheet with the name of the sheet. Integer means 0th sheet, 1 sheet, 2, in that way number you can provide. And sheet name is something, name of the sheet which you have edited as ABC. So I give here directly the sheet number, or we'll give the name. So the name of the Excel sheet, I don't know where is it, book one saved. Anyways, we have sample application, right? Sample. The sheet name was ABC. within string ABC is the input. So go to that sheet. Now import the sheet from your Excel jar file, import sheet. See, they're getting all imported over here. After sheet is done, you will write a for loop. Now for loop to read the row by row, because you need to start reading from the first row. Anyways, it's a heading. You can start from here and stop here. So you can implement a for loop, starting point 0, 0th row, and this is the last row. To understand the last row, we have a method in the Excel, that is a get rows. So it will give you the total number of rows from the Excel. So we'll try to implement the for loop. For integer I, start with the 0th row, and I should be stopped at once rows are done. How will you know the rows are done? On the sheet, you want to know the total number of rows. So there is a method get rows. So this will give you the total number of rows present filled with data. So up till it reach, just loop it. I plus plus. Now in this for loop, we'll read the data from the each cell, like this Swati from first cell. This is the 0th cell column, and this is the 1 cell. Okay, this is the 0th row, 1 row, 2 row, 3 row. So from the sheet sh dot, there is a method get cell, where two input, one is the first should be the column and then the row. The column means you should go to the first column, so 0th column, and the row is pointed with I. So I can give I directly here. Now going to the cell will not give you the data. Cell is just a box. You need to read the data inside the cell. So you have to use one more method, get contents. So this will display the username and password. So what I would do here is, I would display this sysout put it inside this sysout. I would just attach some message as well, you name colon sorry, this is a message and this is the data which is going to retrieve. Similarly for password, sysout, I write here password, and the column should be changed. It should go to the next column, that's one column. So this code will keep on reading up till all the rows and obviously both the columns are read and displayed. So you can run this. So you see here it is displaying this is a message, right, username and password, and the data is, these are nothing but the from the Excel sheet, the first column data. This is the actual data, Swati, ABC and A111. So in the Excel file, the first row is nothing but the headings. You can skip this by changing in your for loop. Instead of saying start with 0, say start with 1. Now you can run this. You see it is starting only with the data where it is there in the Excel sheet and displayed. So this is how you can write a code. First object creation for workbook, sheet, and then in the for loop use get rows method to know the total number of rows, get cell and get content. Now to understand, so in this session we'll be studying about how to do data driven testing with an Excel sheet. So in our last session we have written a Java script where it just reads the data from an Excel sheet. This is what that class is, read Excel, where you're creating an object for referring to the workbook location, Excel sheet location, it's on the desktop. Then we created an object for referring to the sheet name. With the help of for loop, starting from the first row, reaching up till the last rows, we read each and every value from every cell and displayed. Okay, and after that when you executed, you got these values. Now what to do a data driven testing, what we would do is, we will pass this data read from an Excel sheet to an application. Okay, So we'll do a slight changes to the same code. Now consider that we are working with a Facebook application. Now first step is open a browser, set the environment to open a browser and then this URL, and then inspect these two text boxes and enter the data from Excel to these two text boxes. Okay, that is what our functionality is. Now to first step in the main method, to launch a browser, you can refer to the series of sessions where you launch a browser, means working with the WebDriver. Okay, so there complete explanation is there, how to download the Selenium jars and what is that system.set property, so on. So here I'll write a code. System.set property. So this is a statement where it sets the path of your Chrome driver, that is a Chrome driver exe, to your system, and then you're creating an object for the Chrome driver. After that you're using a get. Get is a method from Selenium WebDriver using which you're trying to open a URL. So as here we want to open this Facebook URL, we assign here Facebook within double quote string input. After Facebook is launched, okay, you read, I'll write a code here, reading the Excel file, then you have to refer to the workbook from the sheet and the sheet number, and inside this for loop, instead of displaying the data from the Excel sheet, we'll pass it to our application. So in the application we have a text box. We need to inspect the properties of this text box. So right click over it and inspect and find the unique property of that web element. So it is having an ID is equal to email. So how to do inspection, what is this inspection, why I'm taking ID attribute, refer to our earlier sessions of the WebDriver. So email is a value, so I say here driver dot find element by dot ID and the value email. So once after, and this is a web element, I save it to a variable web element uname, that's a username. Import the web element from Selenium, OpenQA Selenium. The same way we need to find the password, inspect it, you get the HTML code of the password text field. Pass is the value for ID locator, driver dot find by dot ID and the value, pass is the value. This is again a web element, save it to a variable password. Okay, now I need to do some actions on this web element, like to this web element I need to enter data. So send keys is a method, and the data to this will come from this variable send content, get content. Okay, and to the data to the password dot send keys, you will get it from the sheet and the get content. Okay, after entering first set of data, to loop it to go to the next sheet, I want to clear the old information. So I can say here uname dot clear, similarly password dot clear. So what it will do is, first it will enter data to the username and password text field. Okay, It will first inspect the username and password field and then enter the data from the Excel to the two text boxes and clear the information before entering the new data from the Excel. So that's the reason we have cleared it. So we have written the code. Now you can just run the execution of this program. Just right click. Okay, we'll do one thing. This inspecting of the web elements we will write soon after launching the browser. After opening the browser, find the username and password, and inside the for loop just try to enter the data. After entering the data, we'll also put a wait period before clearing. So thread dot sleep, maybe 200 milliseconds, exception handling. Okay, so and okay, and after clear, once it username is cleared, password is cleared, or we'll do one thing. First we'll clear the password so that the control will be automatically to the username field. Okay, now we'll run it. So first set, second set and third set. Okay, so it has passed it. So you can increase some time period, 2000 milliseconds, and run it. So now your Facebook is taking different set of data. For Swati, clear, ABC, then third set. I'm not clicking on OK button purposefully because if I click on OK, these two fields will not be available, right? So that's the reason I did not identify the OK button. So this is how you can find the the code and pass the data from an Excel for your function, for your application. So actually robot is used for doing some mouse and the keyboard actions which are not possible with the Selenium WebDriver. So the mouse and keyboard actions which are happening on the Windows applications on your desktop, which cannot be handled by the Selenium WebDriver, in such scenarios we can go for the robot class. So not only robot, you can also use the other tools like Sikuli, AutoIT, WebDriver APIs, but robot is much simpler as compared to the other tools. Okay, why? Because robot comes inbuilt with your Java, the JDK, so no need of installing any jar files. Okay, so as we discussed, robot will be used in a scenario where you can't automate using Selenium WebDriver. Now the question comes, why we can't automate with Selenium WebDriver? Because in such scenarios you can't find the properties of those elements, web elements or desktop elements, you can say Windows elements. So as you can't inspect the properties, so you can't automate them. So in such scenarios, such cases, we can use robot class methods. Now coming to the installation, as we discussed, you can't no need of installing any robot jar files because they comes inbuilt with the JDK. So you see here no extra installations are needed. So it comes with the JDK package. As Java is a platform independent, even robot is also platform independent. So here, as we discussed just now, robot is used to automate the keyboard and mouse actions. Also, it would be helpful in uploading a file, window handlings, pop-up handlings, downloading the files. In such scenarios, we will be using this robot. As it has some advantages, also it has some limitations, the disadvantages. Like, as it can automate the keyboard and mouse actions, if I change the screen or if I move to some other applications, the same actions will be performed on the new application as well. So that is one of the limitation in this robot class, where it is not considering on which, or it is not capturing the actions or not performing the actions on the required application. So whichever application is active, on that application the actions are performed. So this is one of the disadvantage in the robot class. So if we take care of the application, the execution would be in a proper sequence, so that you can make a note of it. Okay, so to use the methods of robot class, we need to create an object for the class, as we use here the class name robot. R is an object, new robot, and this robot will be imported from robot.awt package of Java. As class has many methods, these are the following methods like key press, mouse over, key release, mouse release. Okay, and also you'll find some methods used, like if I want to copy and paste, okay, some content, if you want to copy and paste, as you make a Control C, it is actually saved to the clipboard. Your operating system, your system's clipboard, it is saved. It's like a clipboard is nothing but like a buffer. To save the content to the clipboard, we will be using this string selection class. Okay, so this string selection class will create an object. With that object, it copies the content to the clipboard. Okay, and from the clipboard, as I want to paste it, Control V. So from the clipboard, we will be using a toolkit class having a method get default toolkit, where you have a method again system get system clipboard and set the content. So this method will save the content, okay, to the system clipboard. So this will just copy it with this string selection. It will just select and copy, and this method will help you to paste it on the system clipboard. So anyways, we'll be taking an example over this, the copy pasting content. So in that case, in that example, we'll just discuss in detail how these classes work and how the actual execution would be taken on. Also, these all operations you can perform with the keyboard, like key press, control keys pressed, like Control V, and also giving a, as you say, Control V, Control C. So the key event is a class, okay, key event, and this is the action performed on that class. So these are some of the methods which are available under the robot class. Now let's understand with an example how to work over it. Here I'm just taking a Firefox browser, where I would just go to google.com. Suppose our requirement is we are going to download some Java software, and while downloading, the pop-ups which are appearing, how to handle that we are going to see as an example. So here when I enter the keyword Java download, and it goes to the link of Java, and if I click on the first link where Java software is available, these all steps we can automate, but the last step where downloading is going to happen, we can't. I can also click on the free Java download, then again agree to the start free download. These all steps we need to automate. Now this window cannot be automated because you don't find any properties for it. I'm right clicking over it, no attributes. Okay, so in that case, now you can just go to the file, save file, and click over it where the download is going to happen. So this is what we need to implement. Okay, so first we'll just go to the URL google.com. So we're going to the Eclipse system.set property for the Gecko driver we are doing. So in whichever browser you are executing, inspect the application on the same browser, taking a class. Class name is file download with a main method. So this is the Chrome browser. We need a Gecko Firefox browser and a URL. Once this URL is done, we need to search this search bar and enter the keyword. So I'm inspecting. So once you inspect, you have an attribute name locator with value q. So here we can driver.find element. By dot name and the value for it. So this link, to this link I'll send the data here itself, send keys, that is Java download. This is the text. Once after enter, you need to click on enter, right? So I'll take the same attribute. We need to click on dot send keys, and here I can pass the keys enumerated class keys dot keys dot enter. So once after entering the Java download, it would just click over it to give an enter key, and it needs some time to look for those keywords to open the required URL. So we are passing a thread.sleep around 2000 milliseconds. Handle the exception here. So once after that is done, it will so enter here Java download and enter. Now you need to find the URL, so it's taking time to load the page. So I need to click on this URL, download free Java software. So just inspect it. It's having the URL. You can take a link text, or you can also make an xpath. I'll just right click over it, copy. Even xpath is not coming over here. Okay, let's create an xpath on our own, or else I'll just take on the Chrome browser because as I have a crow path over it. Let me check the crow path. Okay, inspect this URL. Yeah, I got the crow path over here. It is taking an xpath. This one. Looking for a text containing a text, download free Java software. It's not selecting. Okay, just copy it from here. Xpath, and this is the xpath. Okay, so on this link we have to give a click action so that it clicks over the link. So once after link is clicked, again it needs some time to open the required page. So give a thread.sleep, maybe some more time period. (4,000 milliseconds). Once after that link is been clicked, it has to open this page and then find this button, inspect it, or we can also take an xpath of this button as well. Okay, oh, it has been clicked. I'm just going back. We need to take an xpath, inspect on this button. So you have here free Java download. Okay, the text containing the text. So here we'll take this xpath and find the element once again. Driver.find by.xpath, this xpath. Now you need to make again a click action on that button as well. So after clicking on the button, you need to wait for some time period. We'll give as something 2,000 milliseconds. Okay, after this button is getting clicked, you have one more button here, agree to the download. So inspect this as well. This is the xpath and find the element for this. Driver.find by.xpath and the xpath. Again you need to give a click action for that again. .click. So after clicking on this, you need to wait for some certain time duration. So that's the reason we are giving some time period here as well. Maybe some 3,000 milliseconds. So here the application is still loading. we need to do some more steps. Now we need to handle this pop-up. So as by default, the control is on the cancel. Okay, I can't inspect any elements. No elements are possible now. Now it's time to use the robot object, robot class object. So if I want to click on the save file, what I have to do, my control should come to the save file. So I'm giving a tab option from my keyboard. First tab, it's going to the binary file. Second tab, going to the save file. After second tab, I need to give an enter key so that it gets start downloading. Okay, sorry, just click on it. This is the option. Now first of all, after this wait statement, when the pop-up is appearing, we would create a robot object. Robot, R is the object, new robot class. Now import the robot from Java AWT package. Handle the exception. Now here we have to give a tab option. So using our object, robot object, r dot, you have a method no key press and key release. Key press, here we have a class known as a key event. Key event dot, you can give the tab option from here, vk underscore tab. So you need to give two tabs. So here I would write this once again. Two tabs and then an enter key. So for enter key, instead of tab, vk underscore enter, capital, is the event. So after that, as you click on enter, it will start downloading. So key press is your method from the robot class. Key event is also a method, static method, where you have the action. All the keyboard actions are available. So now it's time to execute. You can run the class. Just launching the browser. The keyword should be entered. Okay, and find the required URL. Then next button should be identified. After clicking on this option of free download, the window pop-up appearing. So two tabs are being selected. Okay, so it came to the save button and it started downloading. Okay, so this is how you try to automate any application. So this is all about how to download. So here we are going to use a robot class methods. Using the robot class object, we are going to handle the file uploading scenario or Windows alerts which are popping up. So let's understand. For example, you can try with some URLs where you try to upload a file, like maybe naukri.com. So in this site, when you try to upload your CV, it will just, this is your window alert which has to be handled now. You need to browse, select one particular file. That file will automatically come into the file name text box, and then you need to just go and click on the open so that it gets attached to the site. So this is what we need to handle now. So we'll go to the Eclipse, create a new class. Before that, we need to launch the application. And here we take the URL. And next one, we'll try to automate. We need to click on this upload file, inspect the attributes. So it's having an ID, input resume parser. You can take this ID for inspecting that web element. So driver.find. Find element by .id. And we are going to click over this link, click action. So once you click on this link, it would take some time to display this pop-up. So we can give a thread.sleep, or else we are going to anyways create the robot object. Import from Java AWT package. Now this robot class has a method to apply a wait statement. Robot also has a inbuilt method to pause for certain duration, that is r dot. That method is auto delay, set auto delay. You find here the method set auto delay. You can give an time duration for it, maybe 2000 or 1000 will give 1000 milliseconds a wait period. Then what we have to do is, once this content is displayed from this site, I would select a file, any file or any text file. I would click, once I click on this file, it appears into this first name. Okay, it appears into the first name, and then I need to click on the open. Means I have to copy this file, copy and then paste it over here, and then click on the open so that it gets uploaded. So to do that, whatever the file is there, I have to get that file from this location, and paste it into the clipboard, where then it would navigate to that particular file. So what I would do is, I would create an object for the string selection class. String selection is a class. Create an object for it. And give the path, the location of the file which you need to upload. So string selection is a class which helps in creating an object, and through that object you can copy the path of the attaching file. So it comes from the AWT data transfer, import it. Now copy the location which I need to attach the file. Maybe a map text file I want to attach. just make into double slashes. So with this object SS, it copies this file location and then places into a clipboard. So then you have a class known as a toolkit. Toolkit is a class where you find a method to point to the default toolkit. So get default toolkit, and there which you copy to your system clipboard. So here we have one method is a get system clipboard, and to that system clipboard you need to copy the content which is referred with this object SS string selection. So for that you have a next method available, set content. Set content, you need to provide here one parameter, who is the transferable, means who is copying or referring to the path of the file, and where you want to copy, the clipboard owner. So SS is the object, and here you can, the owner of the clipboard is your system itself, so I can provide here null value. So now the location of this attaching file referred with this object is copied to your clipboard. So this is equivalent to something like Control C. You have copied the location. Now next is you have to paste that location. So Control V action you have to perform. So whatever the location in the clipboard, we need to paste it, right? So for that we can use the object r dot. You have a key related method, key press, control key we have to give, right? So key event vk underscore control. Now similarly here control V has to be provided. Control V. Now whatever the keys we have entered, we have to release it. So you have a method, release method. Control key also must be released, and key release. That's it. Now same key release, V also should be released. After that you need to click on open button, that is equivalent to clicking on enter key. So I use the same method, control, instead of control key we give an enter key, and the release method, because the enter key has to be released, release the enter key. So that's it. This is equivalent to control V, and this is to the control C. Now we can execute it. Launching has encountered a problem. Just like, okay, that's fine. Web driver, you can check the jar files once. Jar system library. I think there's no jar file here. Yeah, jar file is not there. Some problem was there, so let's add the jar files. See, they got corrupted here. Just remove them and add once again. Now we can run it. It has to launch the browser, Chrome browser. And then identify the link to upload the file. And then according to the path specified from the desktop, it has been copied and pasted to it and clicked enter. Okay, sorry, we have uploaded a wrong extension file. It is expecting doc file or PDF file. So you can try with by changing the file name here, provide a doc file and then upload it. Then it would properly upload to the file. Okay, so this is how you can automate the uploading of the file. Only thing is you need to just give a doc extension which is available file or PDF files. Fine. So this is about the uploading of the or handling the Windows alerts. This is the project, e-commerce project we are going to see. So any e-commerce you can take, but mainly they have mentioned that as a Flipkart. So we can see how the Flipkart you can make test case and implement your whatever the concepts we have learned in the Selenium. So in this project, they are asking us in the Selenium project, you have to develop a page object model framework. Okay, so the concept of page object model. So page object is also there, page factory is also there. I hope you recollect that concept, page object and page factory. So these two concepts are used to collect all the locators of a particular page and save it in a class, or your scenario related web elements locators, save it in a class. Okay, so where the variables would be used in the method and you can call that method in the respective test case. So using page object model, and what is the functionality? It should be used for buying a product on the Flipkart. So now everyone have you have an understanding how the product search buying process on the e-commerce sites, right? So you need to buy a product. So let's understand what is the search scenario is. The scenario is you need to buy a product. Now to buy a product, initially you have to search a product. Okay, the product they are requesting is the iPhone, which is having a memory size. You can select a memory size, and then after searching, add that product to the cart and do the shipping on the entered address and proceed ahead. May proceed ahead in the sense making the payment and sort of thing, and log out from the page. So this is the actual scenario of this project. Now to work with this scenario, they are asking us to use Eclipse. You can implement the Maven project. Already we discussed how to create a Maven project. You can create similarly a Maven project for the Flipkart. To make a test case of searching a product and buying, use testng, add the testng jar files. As they are asked you to implement page object model. Now, if you're using Maven project, you know the jar files should be added in your POM file. So deploy POM file for handling the dependencies. Means I need Selenium jars, testng, all those jar files to the Maven, I'll add through POM file, right? So then fetch and store the result in a file. So maybe HTML file or something, your testng report, you can save it in your workspace location or itself in the project also. This is your site. As in the project they have put Flipkart, I'm just taking with respect to Flipkart. That's it. You can test with or write test case on any site, no problem. So when you open this URL, now we need to understand how manually you can steps you do the same way. I'll take it for the automation. Once I open this site, I'm on this page. Now they asked for the requirements. I'm writing down now whatever the requirement they gave us. I'm understanding the requirements. I'm writing it in our understandable form. Steps. First, open the application. Okay, whatever the application they have given, open it. I need to search for a product, right? Find the search web element. Where is the search here? Here, this is the search. I need to find this element and enter the iPhone. Okay, so I have to search, find this web element and enter iPhone word or the product name there. You know the process of inspection. Inspect it, understand the web elements, the properties of it. It's having an input tag, type is there, value, name is equal to Q. So with, I don't have ID here, so I can go for name. When name is equal to Q, find this element. Hope everyone know how to find the element, right? Correct? Driver dot find element by dot name Q, right? Clear? So as they asked for the page object model, let me show you the example which we already implemented the page object model. Okay, page. Okay. So this is an approach of page object model. In page object model, I just collect all the locators. I'm taking a class. In that class, I collect all the locators which are required for my scenario. So our scenario is searching for a product and buying it. So you're going to collect all the locators to this. Now your first locator is search, right? So what I do, name is equal to Q. So this name is equal to Q. By dot name is equal to whatever the value Q, I pass it to a variable. Maybe that is a search. Understanding? Search. So just for your understanding, I'll take this copy of this file. Copy it. I'm pasting here only. I say as POM, page object model is my name of the class. I'm opening this class and let me edit these features. So I'm taking the first feature. So this is my class. So I have a name is equal to Q and I give the variable name as search. Okay, this is my first locator. Now once I enter some data here, iPhone something. After entering the data, I'm getting all the iPhones. Now next is what your requirement was. After entering, select the memory size, right? So for memory in this page, you have some options. I think for memory, RAM size, okay, less than 520 or 2 GB, whatever. I need to click on this, right? Inspect it. Once you inspect, this is a div tag with some class value you got. Going for the xpath using crow path, I'm finding it. Section 4 having div label and some value. Suppose say that this is my path. Okay, I'm just taking this as an example. This is the path, xpath. I take this as a RAM is my variable name, which is for selecting the memory, right? Now similarly, the next point is what? Select the product after selecting the memory. So I click on this box. I need to do click action. Once I click, I got some search output. I have to click on this component so that I can add it to the cart. I have to select the product and then add it to the cart, right? Our requirements. Select the product after the memory selection and add it to the cart and purchase. I have to click on this area anywhere. You can click on the phone, image, or any of this location, or you can inspect it. It is an image tag having some class. Okay, this is the xpath which it got generated. So consider this is my xpath. In this manner, the way you are searching, if I click on this image link or whatever the phone, I'm getting a new tab open where I have an option. Here also you have an add to cart. Also I have here a button add to cart. Inspect this add to cart. So once then click on the inspect this place order, click on it. Now you have to fill these 4 steps. You have to first log in. Once you're entering your mobile number, some number you're obviously it will ask you the OTP number. You have to give manually the OTP number. Some number I passed. Something. Okay, that's not my number. Okay. Enter OTP. Okay. Whatever a number OTP number you will get it, you can have to enter manually. Or you can randomly. So this number you can also read it from Excel file. Okay. That also you can do. Or send keys also. There's some OTP number 222 I gave. Set password, some password I gave, sign up. Invalid OTP, okay, that is different story. If you give a valid OTP, sign up will happen. Then address, you have to fill the address, then summary, payment details, and then close the logout from this application. So all locators. So
Okay.
now in this page object model, what I'm doing, first I need the locator for search. I need an option to select the memory. I need to click on the phone. Similarly, I'll save some of the locators, some more locators where sell add to cart, maybe placeholder, place an order, right? Signing in, OTP generation, password, all the locators I'll save here. Okay. So saving all the locators in one place in a class itself is a concept of page object model. Now next is what you need to do a login. I mean it is a search. So I'll create a method. My method name is do search or do add to cart. Add to cart is my functionality. So how do you add to cart? I need to find an element and enter some data, right? So to add to cart, you have a search option. You need to enter some data to the search option. So find that search driver dot find by no need of by because already find element you have this search. Find element by this search. After finding the element, I need to send some data, right? Send keys. Send keys what? iPhone. Once you find the iPhone, I need to click enter on the same search, right? So on the same search dot send keys, I can pass here keys dot enumerated class, enter. Click an enter key so that I'll get a next search. What? Selection of the RAM. So RAM locator is also here. So what I have to do? If you want some wait period, also you can give driver dot find element the RAM, find the RAM, and what to do? I have to click on that checkbox, right? Click. Understanding, guys, what we are doing? After clicking on the RAM, I may get an image, the particular matching related phone which I have collected the path. I need to click on this image driver dot
Uh,
find.
all this code, shouldn't it be in a different class or should it be in the same class as the set of locators?
Yes, because this scenario is for the searching a product, right?
Right?
So I save it in one class. My scenario is search, so I save it here. So where I have one method to add to cart, whenever anything to be added to a cart, this particular thing, I need to call this sequence, this flow. Any product I
Okay.
need to search and add to the cart, I need to do this.
So I thought there should be one class with all the set of locators and then another one for the operations.
Yes. See that if you are doing a complete page testing, you can collect all the locators of a page in the same manner. I'm doing here scenario testing end to end. You can save all the locators relating to that scenario in a class page object model. Okay. Or now in this actually in this requirement, what they asked to create a Maven project, right? Maven project and add the locators using POM. So in that case, you're aware of Maven project creation? Facebook. This was the Maven project. Okay. So in this Maven project, if you don't want to go for page object model concept, what you can do? You can create a simple Java class. Simple Java class, create a method in that Java class. Let me copy this. If you don't want the page object model to be implemented, I can paste my class in a package of the Maven project under source main Java. Okay, so this package is having a class POM. So if you don't want these locators to be found like this, you can skip this part. This part you can ignore. Create one constructor, create a method, add to cart, where instead of just using a variable, call this by.q, one and the same. Get it? If I save it to a variable, that becomes a page object model concept. If I pass the locator directly here in the element, that will become your normal finding the element in the Maven. So you see here both the examples. One I have passed it directly, the other one I'm using a variable. Okay.
Um, so if we have the identifiers in a different class, so right
Mm.
now we are under pom.java class, right? This entire set of code that you have right now, everything is under one class.
Yes.
Say we have the locators in a different class and we
Mm.
want to access it here in this class. Will the same approach work?
You have to access it with the object, right? Object of a class, Java concept. You have to
Okay.
create an object. If I want to access this add cart method, I need to create an object for this POM class. That
Right.
object dot I have to call the method.
Okay.
Similarly, with object only, you need to refer the locators also if they are
Okay.
in different classes.
So in that case, for example, line number 36 will become driver.findElement. In the bracket, it will be some object.ram.
Hmm.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Correct. Now you may say now all the time I may not search iPhone. I may search different product. You can go for parameterization. Getting? So parameterization means the search what you're doing for the product is a string. Product is a parameter name. So whatever would be the product name, I would replace in the search. This is a parameterization. From where the data to these parameters will come from? You may have Excel file. Excel will have the names iPhone, mobile phones or normal phones, whatever is it, computers, right? You have to write another class, as we already discussed, a program to read a data from an Excel. You have to write that class here in this package of your Maven project, which will read the column data, the product column data from Excel and pass it to this method, right? Whatever data will come to this parameter will get substituted to your the particular step. That's a parameterization. Now similarly, product name you can parameterize, RAM size also you can parameterize. whatever is the data in Excel file, take the same RAM for this functionality. Okay, so you don't go directly for the parameterization. First do direct passing the data and check it. If it is working, then take the same code with another class name, okay, and try to implement the parameterization. Do step by step. Don't go directly because things will get complex. You may not understand initially where the changes to be done. Getting? So first what we did, step for searching the search bar, enter the product name, whatever you get here, the input. Then I have clicked enter. I'm selecting the RAM size, clicking on it, image, clicking on it. I may have next the button to place an order, then something place order. Then second, you may have a button to add to cart. Then you have to find the element to sign up. Sign up, okay, and then you have a logout. So logout, if you don't want sign up, if you don't want write here, you can make a separate test case, public void sign up, because sign up needs username password. You can do sign up code here. Instead of doing sign up and log out over here, you can call here sign up code and separate method again in the class for logout. So you have this individual function. This one is adding to search a product, add to cart. You can write here instead of add to cart, search. Search a product, login, logout. So three methods are there to do the search and adding to the cart. Now how I can't execute this particular class, right? Because there's no main method to run it. So what I have to do, I have to create a class which can run, right? So in my test case, in the package name test case, if you want, you can create one more package here. Flipkart is my package name. In this package, you can create a testng class, create a search test case, add it. In the Flipkart, you have a search test case. Now, as you know, before searching anything, you have to launch the application. You can call the annotations now, add before method, right? Public void launch is a method where you need to write this launching code system.set property, right? Launch the Flipkart, import the annotations. Now you need to launch the Flipkart here, flipkart.com. Now here coming to the functionality of a search. Now I need the methods are already in our class, right? Java class. I need to call these methods. So you have to create an object for this class. So when you're creating an object, as you have a constructor, you have to pass, import it from that particular import POM from source code. Now, where's the file? Source main Java. So you have to pass there's a constructor. I have to pass this driver to it. Let me declare this driver commonly. These all points we have already discussed, right? So I'm just making the changes accordingly. So pass this driver, which is pointing to your Chrome driver with the Flipkart to this. With this instance, with this object p dot, you see a search. Where's search here? Search, give the product name. I'm giving the product name iPhone. I'm passing it directly now. Okay, I'm not implementing in Excel. And whatever data is here, iPhone, that will get substituted in the search. That will be in turn passed to your search web element. After doing, now when you call this search functionality, what will happen? It will find the element, it will click on the RAM, whatever you have selected, whatever the path is there, image clicking, everything. Then at the end, you have to do a login. So p dot call the login and then log out at the end. So you're just calling the methods. The code in each method is implemented in your class. Okay, this is what is expected. So according to your functionality, this is what we have done. So when you run that testng class, you'll get a report that your search functionality executed. Yeah.
Suppose we are giving the data from Excel for searching that particular product in Flipkart. Where to implement the data provider? We have to create a separate class or in POM only?
No, not in POM. I have a test case here, right? I'll write here data provider.
Okay.
Data provider will come here. Where data provider will have a code of reading the Excel. And that data will be passed to this test case, correct?
Yeah.
We did the similar kind of example.
Yeah.
Don't go directly for data provider. Do it first simple way.
Okay.
Then
Okay.
you go for data provider. From data provider, pass the data. Then third phase, go for Excel. Then you'll understand what are you doing there.
Can you open that pom.java code, Lakshmi? Just wanted to go see that code. Yeah, that should be.
But in this Maven project, I have implemented this page object concept also. Because I have locators, I'm passing it to a variable. Those variables I'm referring here. If you don't want to use this page object model directly, find the element, pass to the syntax.
Can we use this project using framework method too?
This itself is a framework, Maven. You're working with the Maven, right?
Okay.
So all the jar files are in your pom.xml file. This is your
Okay.
pom. So that is what the requirement they told, right? The jars, everything, it should be pom file control. Here, see. Deploy pom for handling the dependencies. So your Selenium jar files, if you see here in the pom.xml, your Selenium jar files, test.ng jar files are in the pom file only.
Okay.
Now that's what I told you. If you want to use page object model, page factory, you can use in the Maven only. If you're reading a data from an Excel, that is a keyword driven framework only. Understanding? So you're implementing your framework in a Maven project.
Okay. This is another kind of framework, right? I mean, like the one which we discussed earlier, the project which we made was like a general one. Now through Maven, we are creating a framework and doing it.
Yes, because in the requirement they ask for Maven, so I thought of pulling that code form file into the Maven project. Okay. So I'm creating different methods to read the functionalities and call them with the help of an object.
Hey guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Selenium, then we do provide that. Check out the details in the description below. Okay guys, so we have came to the end of the session now. Hope you found this session informative and useful. If you have any doubt or any query, please do leave us a comment. We'll get back to you. Thank you so much.